Okay, let's go ahead. Let's get comfortable. And let me open up the chat for YouTube so I can talk to you guys over there too. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back. You guys got your drinks? Did you get your, what else? Your blankets, maybe? On my PC. Thank you, Valonia. Thank you, thank you. Comfy time, comfy time. We're gonna do some reading tonight. We'll be finishing off some Dracula. Because we only have a couple more chapters. Reporting for duty. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's switch on over. And I will have to adjust myself. Oh, there's the bongo cats. I was gonna say, where's the kitty cats? Alright. Let's grab the couch really quick too. Because we need our chair. We need our chair to sit on. And our pillows. All right. Do you guys like a lot of pillows? I like a lot of pillows, especially when I'm gonna read. It's so comfortable. All right. Depends if I need them. You know what? That's so that is so fair. I need to actually add a kiss because I just realized we had a sub today. We had a sub from, let's see, from Necro, okay. So I need to add a black kiss for Necro. Oh, oops, damn it. Okay. There you go. Necro, I will add your kiss right here to my forehead. First kiss of the night. That's crazy. Hi, Philip. Welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Give the kitties head pats. Oh my god, it looks like I could, huh? But you guys are technically more like on my lap. You know what I mean? So, let me get the book out. And it looks like... Oh. Let's go ahead and lower those. It looks like we are on chapter 25. I was right. Chapter 25. Opening the YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Depends if you need them. At the most, I have 3 pillows. I sleep with 3 as well. I have a body pillow and then 2 big pillows that rest on my backboard of my bed because I toss and turn. I toss and turn a lot. So instead of having to drag my pillow around with me, I just kind of like leave it there. And just a reminder, guys, we are doing the Partner Plus push. So we need 100 points for 3 solid months. Because it is a new month, we are back down to 3 points. Gifted subs and primes do not count. So if you guys would like to help me get to the Partner Plus program, you can do a sub in tier 1, 2, or 3. And get us to that point. But let me go ahead and we'll get ready to do some reading. Adjust my book. Make sure it's actually like in my hands. and we can do. And we can get comfortable and do some reading. Hi Cookie, how are you? How's your night? Hope you're doing well. Let me just move these right here so you guys can see what page. Birdie! When darkness fills the skies, hiding all our hopes, stay with me forever. Hi, Birdie. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, we can do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa. However, the cake is extra. Like a lot of pillows and mutual to warm my lap. So fair, Yura. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? How was your stream? How was ASMR? I saw you duo streaming. How do you like doing it? I personally like it. Welcome in, welcome in. Stick Storage, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in, how are you? Hi, Fruitless. What? Was that Final Fantasy? It was. It was Final Fantasy. We like Final Fantasy in this house. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Clarinets. Just in time for story reading. Yes. Hi, Bacon Snack. How are you? Borby. Doing great. Dual stream is actually a lot more fun than I'd expected. Right? It is. And it's pretty easy. Once you get it all set up, you're just like, oh, that's all I do? Okay, I can do that. But welcome in, Brady. We're gonna finish. I have a little sneak peek for you guys, okay? So after, we're gonna finish up Dracula tonight. We only have 3 more chapters, and they're pretty quick chapters. So we're gonna do 3 more chapters of Dracula, and then afterwards, I have special guest Brady and our friend Om Sensei, who will be joining us on the reading couch in spirit while I read Alice in Wonderland. So you guys will be able to see them. It'll be so fun. We got Birdie, who will be showing as our Cheshire Cat, and then our friend Adventure who will be the White Rabbit. I have it set up for them already for when we do get to the point in the story after Dracula. But yeah, Brady, thank you again so much for the raid, for involving me. Of course, of course. I sent you a picture of what it's gonna look like. It is so cute. I hope you like it. Annie, hi Annie, hi Sloth. But Birdie, I know you had a long stream, so if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But if you want to lurk and hang out, you're obviously more than welcome to. Just make sure to do after stream care, eat food, drink water, take a shower because you're stinky. Whatever you need to do, please make sure to take care of yourself. We fell down the rabbit hole, ended up here. Welcome in. Hi, Obliterator. Before the stream, they did. Hi, Dapper. Hi, sister. Good reading. Lurk mode engaged while I pick up us out. Have fun, Marcos. Get some good sleeps. Hi, Ato. How are you? Shoklan Senta. Shoklan Senta. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Sorry, it took me a minute to read your name, but hi, hi, hi. I'll be lurking. Have a good lurk. Hi, Zero. Night is pleasant as you are. It's been good so far. We're about to settle in and we're going to do some reading of Dracula. Like I said, we only have a couple chapters until the end of the book. And yeah, we're just going to do 3 more chapters and then we'll be starting the next story. Hi, Walker. I was having some num-num, but now I'm donesies. Comfy in bed, spend some time. Yes, get cozy. If anyone would like to follow along on the book... Oh, that's not a spell book. There is the link to the story, and we are on chapter 25, as it says right here, if you'd like to join us. Otherwise, feel free... Kashi, thanks for the follow. Otherwise, feel free to lay back, get comfortable, and listen while I read the story to you. Chapter 25. Dr. Seward's Diary. The 11th of October. Evening. Jonathan Harker has asked me to note this, as he says he is hardly equal to the task, and he wants an exact record. I think that none of us were surprised when we were asked to see Mrs. Harker a little before the time of sunset. We of late have come to understand that sunrise and sunset are to her times of peculiar freedom, when her old self can be manifested without any controlling force subduing or restraining her, or inciting her to action. This mood or condition begins some half hour or more before actual sunrise or sunset, and lasts till either the sun is high or whilst the clouds are still aglow with the rays of streaming above the horizon. At first, there is a sort of negative condition, as if some tie were loosened, and then the absolute freedom quickly follows. When, however, the freedom ceases, the change back or relapse comes quickly, preceded only by a spell of warning silence. Sit next to me? Of course, I got space next to me. You can sit next to me. Tonight, when we meet, she was somewhat constrained and bore all the signs of an internal struggle. I put it down myself to her making a violent effort at the earliest instant she could do so. A very few minutes, however, gave her complete control of herself. Then, monitoring her husband to sit beside her on the sofa where she was half reclining, she made the rest of us bring chairs up close. Taking her husband's hands in hers, it began. Hi, Tulsida. I'm not late. You're never late. Thank you for keeping me modest. We are all together in freedom, or perhaps the last time. I know, dear, I know that you will always be with me to the end. This was to her husband's, whose hand has, as we could see, tightened upon hers. In the morning, we go out upon a task, and God alone knows what may be in store for any of us. You are not going to be so good to me as to take me with you. I know that all that brave earnest men can do for oh my gosh. That was really loud. That was really loud. I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you for the bits. Bratwurst, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Did you guys not hear that? You guys didn't hear that? That's good. Didn't hear anything. Ah, okay. So it was just me. Good. I know that all that brave, earnest men can do for a poor, meek woman whose soul perhaps is lost. No, not yet, but is at any rate at stake. You will do, but you must remember that I am not as you are. There is a poison in my blood, in my soul, which may destroy me, which must destroy me, unless some relief comes to us. Oh, my friends, you know as well as I do that my soul is at stake, and though I know there is one way out for me, you must not, and I must not take it. She looked appealingly at us all in turn, beginning and ending with her husband. What is that way? Asked Van Helsing in a hoarse voice. What is that way which we must not, may not, take? That I may die now, either by my own hand or that of another, before the greater evil is entirely wrought. I know, and you know, that were I once dead, you could and would set free my immortal spirit, even as you did my poor Lucy's. Were death, or of the fear of death, the only thing that stood in the way, I could not shrink to die here, now, amidst the friends who love me. But death is not all. I cannot believe that to die in such a case, when there is hope before us and a bitter task to be done, is God's will. Therefore, I, on my part, give up here the certainty of eternal rest, and go out into the dark where may be the blackest things that the world or the nether world holds. We were all silent, for we knew instinctively that this was only a prelude. The faces of the others were set, and Harker's grew ashen grey. Perhaps he guessed better than any of us what was coming. She continued, "This is what I can give you into the hotchpot." I could not but note the quaint legal phrase which she used in such a place. And with all its seriousness, "What will each of you give?" "Your lives, I know," she went on quickly. "That is easy for brave men. Your lives are God's, and you can give them back to him. But what will you give to me?" She looked again, questioningly, but this time avoided her husband's face. Quincy seemed to understand. He nodded, and her face lit up. "Then I shall tell you plainly what I want, for there must be no doubtful matter in this connection between us now. You must promise me, one and all, even you, my beloved husband, that should the time come, you will kill me." "What is that time?" The voice was Quincy's, but it was low and strained. "When you shall be convinced that I am so changed that it is better that I die than I may live. When I am thus dead in the flesh, then you will, without a moment's delay, drive a stake through me and cut off my hand, or do whatever else may be wanting to give me rest." Quincy was the first to rise after the pause. He knelt down before her, and taking her hand in his, said solemnly, "I am only a rough fellow who hasn't perhaps lived as a man should to win such a distinction, but I swear to you by all that is hold sacred and dear that, should the time ever come, I shall not flinch from the duty that you have set us, and I promise you too, that I shall make all certain, for if I am only doubtful, I shall take it that the time has come." "My true friend," was all she could say amid her fast-falling tears. As bending over, she kissed his hand. "I swear the same, my dear Madam Mina," said Van Helsing. "And I," said Lord Godalming, each of them in turn kneeling to her to take the oath. I followed myself. Then her husband turned to her one-eyed and with a greenish pallor, which subdued the snowy whiteness of his hair, and asked, "And must I too make such a promise, my wife?" "You too, my dearest," she said, with infinite yearning of pity in her voice and eyes. "Hi, Tundra, welcome and how are you?" "You must not shrink. You are nearest and dearest in all the world to me. Our souls are knit into one. For all life and all time, think, dear, that there have been many times when brave men have killed their wives and their womankind to keep them from falling into the hands of the enemy. Their hands did not falter, any the more because those that they loved implored them to slay them. It is men's duty towards those whom they love in such times of sore trial. And oh, my dear, if it is to be that I must meet death at any hand, let it be at the hand of him that loves me best. Dr. Van Helsing, I have not forgotten your mercy on poor Lucy's case, to whom you loved." She stopped with a flying blush and changed her phrase. "To him who had best right to give her peace. If that time shall come again, I look to you to make it a happy memory of my husband's life, that it was his loving hand which set me free from the awful thrall upon me. Again, I swear," came the professor's resonant voice. Mrs. Harker smiled, positively smiled, as with a sigh of relief she leaned back and said, "And now one word of warning, a warning which you must never forget. This time, If it ever come, may come quickly and unexpectedly, and in such a case you must lose no time in using your opportunity. At such a time I myself might be, nay, if the time ever comes, shall be leagued with your enemy against you. One more request. She became very solemn as she said this. Scooby Snacks, welcome in. I do not have any, unfortunately, but I do have cake. Is cake okay? Do you want some cake? One more request. She began very solemnly as she said this. It is not vital and necessary like the others, but I want you to do one thing for me. Yes, we do have cake. Somewhere. It's in the kitchen. You have to quick get in the kitchen. We all acquiesced, but no one spoke. There was no need to speak. I want you to read the burial service. She was interrupted by a deep groan from her husband. Taking his hands in hers, she held it over her heart and continued, You must read it over me someday. Whatever may be the issue of all this fearful state of things, it will be a sweet thought to all or some of us. You, my dearest, will, I hope, read it, for then it will be in your voice, in my memory forever, come what may. Oh, but, my dear one, he pleaded, death is afar off from you. Nay, she said, holding up a warning hand, I am deeper in death at this moment than if the weight of my earthly grave lay heavily upon me. My wife, oh, must I read it? He said before she began. It would comfort me, my husband, was all she said, and I began to read when she had got the book ready. How can anyone tell of the strange scene in its solemnity, its gloom, its sadness, its horror, and withal its sweetness? Even a skeptic who can see nothing but a travesty of bitter truth in anything holy or emotional would have been melted to the heart had he seen that little group of loving and devoted friends kneeling round that stricken and sorrowful lady, or heard the tender passions of her husband's voice as in tones so broken with emotion and oft he had to pause. He read this simple and beautiful service from the burial of the dead. I cannot go on. Words and voice fail me. She was right in her instinct. Strange as it all was, bizarre as it may hereafter seem even to us who felt its potent influence at the time, it comforted as much, and the silence, which showed Mrs. Harker's coming relapse from the freedom of her soul, did not seem so full of despair to any of us as we had dreaded. Secret mini fridge full of cakes, bringing out the tiramisu. I do like tiramisu. Hi Kaya, welcome in. Thank you for the care package. Hi Far. Welcome in. We do care packages together, so if you guys would like to sit up at your desk, tilt your head gently to the left, and tilt your head gently to the right. Look up, and look down. Sit up and drink some wawa. Hi Kamir, welcome in. Hi Sandrox, welcome in, how are you? If you guys would like to watch on YouTube, we are duo streaming, so you can go ahead and click that link and watch on your phone if you would like to. I do have the chat open as well. But really quick, I need to get cake for Scooby. Where is the cake? Cake, where are you? Cake, cake, cake. Where's my cake? Well, not the cake I'm sitting on, a different cake. I need an entirely different cake for this. There it is. Found it. Here you go. Here's the cake. I'll put it right here for you. So when you want it, it is available. There you go. Finds an icebox cake. All the cake. Exactly. Jonathan Harker's journal. Hi Trax, thank you so much for hanging out with us on YouTube. Jonathan Harker's journal. 15th of October. Varna. We left Changing Cross in the morning of the 12th, got to Paris the same night, and took the places secured for us in the Orient Express. We traveled night and day, arrived here at about 5 o'clock. Lord Goldming went to the consulate to see if any telegram had arrived for him, whilst the rest of us came to this hotel, the Odysseus. The journey may have had its incidents. I was, however, too eager to set on to care for them. Until the Tsarina Catherine comes into port, there will be no interest for me in anything in the wide world. Thank God, Mina is well, and looks to be getting stronger. Her color is coming back. She sleeps a great deal. Throughout the journey, she slept nearly all the time. Before sunrise and sunset, however, she is very wakeful and alert, and it has become a habit for Von Helsing to hypnotize her at such times. At first, some effort was needed, and he had to make many passes, but now she seems to yield at once, as if by habit, and scarcely any action is needed. He seemed to have a power at these particular moments to simply will, and her thoughts obey him. He always asks her what she can see and hear. She answers to the first, nothing, all is dark, and to the second, I can hear the waves lapping against the ship and the water rushing by, canvas and cordage strain, and masts and yards creak. The wind is high. I can hear it in the shrouds, and the bow throws back the foam. It is evident that the Tsarina Catherine is still at sea, hastening on her way to Varna. Lord Goldming has just returned. He had 4 telegrams, one each day since we started, and all to the same effect, that the Tsarina Catherine had not been reported to Lloyd's from anywhere. He had arranged before leaving London, and his agent should send him every day a telegram saying if the ship had been reported. He was to have a message, even if she were not reported, so that he might be sure that there was a watch being kept at the other end of the wire. We had dinner and went to bed early. Tomorrow we are to see Vice Consul, and to arrange, if we can, about getting on board the ship as soon as she arrives. Von Helsing says that our chance will be to get on the boat between sunrise and sunset. The Count, even if he takes the form of a bat, cannot cross the running water on his own volition, and so cannot leave the ship, as he dare not change to man's form without suspicion, which he evidently wishes to avoid. He must remain in the box. If then we can come on board after sunrise, he is at our mercy. For we can open the box and make sure of him, as we did of poor Lucy before he wakes. What mercy we shall get from us will not count for much. We think that we shall not have much trouble with officials or the seamen. Thank God. This is the country where bribery can do anything, and we are well supplied with money. We have only make sure that the ship cannot come into port between sunset and sunrise without our being warned, and we shall be safe. Judge Moneybags will settle this case, I think. 16th of October. Mina's report still the same. Lapping waves and rushing river. Darkness and favoring winds. We are evidently in good time, and when we hear of the Tsarina Catherine, we shall be ready, as she must pass the Dardanelles. We are sure to have some report. October 17th. Chill Badaf Wolf. Itadakimasu. Welcome in, how are you? Thanks so much for the follow. 17th of October. Everything is pretty well fixed now. I think to welcome the Count on his return from his tour. Goldming told the shippers that he fancied that the box sent aboard might contain something stolen from a friend of his, and got half a consent that he might open it at his own risk. The owner gave him a paper telling the captain to give him every facility in doing whatever he chose on board the ship, and also a similar authorization to his agent at Varna. We have seen the agent, who was much impressed with Goldming's kindly manner to him, and we are all satisfied that whatever he can do to aid our wishes will be done. We have already arranged what to do in case we get the box open. But if the Count is there, Van Helsing and Seward will cut off his head at once and drive a stake through his heart. Morris and Goldming and I shall prevent interference, even if we have to use arms which we shall have ready. The professor says that if we can so treat the Count's body, it will soon all fall into dust. In such cases, there'd be no evidence against us, in case any suspicion of murder were aroused. But even if it were not, we should stand or fall by our act, and perhaps some day this very script may be evidence to come between some of us and a rope. For myself, I should take the chance only too carefully if it were to come. We mean to leave no stone unturned to carry out our intent. We have arranged a certain official at the instant the Tsarina Catherine is seen. We are to be informed by a special messenger. 24th of October. A whole week of waiting. Daily telegrams to Goldming only by the same story. Not yet reported. Mina's morning and evening hypnotic answer is unvaried. Lapping waves, rushing water, creaking masts. Telegram, October 24th. Rufus Smith, Lloyd's, London, to Lord Goldming, care of H.B.M., Vice Consul of Varna. Tsarina Catherine reported this morning from Dardanelles. Dardanelles. I think that's how you say that. Dr. Seward's diary, October 25th. How I miss my phonograph. To write diary with the pen is irksome to me, but Van Helsing says I must. We were all wild with excitement yesterday when Goldming got his telegram from Lloyd's. I now know what men feel in battle when the call to action is heard. Alone of our party did not show any sign of emotion. After all, it is not strange that she did not. Miss Harker, alone of our party, did not show any signs of emotion. That makes more sense. After all, it is not strange that she did not, for we took special care not to let her know anything about it, and we all tried not to show any excitement when we were in her presence. In old days, she would, I am sure, have noticed, no matter how we might have tried to conceal it, but in this way she is greatly changed during the past 3 weeks. The lethargy grows upon her, and though she seems strong and well and is getting back some of her color, Van Helsing and I are not satisfied. We talk of her often. We have not, however, said of a word to the others. It would break poor Harker's heart, certainly his nerve, if he knew that we have even a suspicion on this subject. Van Helsing examines, he tells me, her teeth very carefully, whilst she is in the hypnotic condition, for he says that so long as they do not begin to sharpen, there is no active danger of a change in her. If this change should come, it would be necessary to take steps. We both know what those steps would have to be, though we do not mention our thoughts to each other. We should either of us shrink from the task, awful though it may be to contemplate. Euthanasia is an excellent and comforting word. I am grateful to whomever invented it. It is only about 24 hours sail from the Dardanelles to here. At a rate that the Tsarina Catherine has come from London, she should therefore arrive sometime in the morning, but as she cannot possibly get in before then, we are all about to retire early. We shall get up at 1 o'clock, so as to be ready. October 25th. Noon. No news yet of the ship's arrival. Miss Harker's hypnotic report this morning was the same as usual. So, it is possible that we may get news at any moment. We men are all in a fever of excitement, except Harker, who is calm. His hands are cold as ice, and an hour ago I found him wetting the edge of the great Gorka knife which he now always carries with him. It will be a bad lookout for the Count if the edge of that kukri ever touches his throat, driven by the stern, ice-cold hand. Von Helsing and I were a little alarmed about Mrs. Harker today. About noon, she got into a sort of lethargy which we did not like, although we kept silent to the others. We were neither of us happy about it. She had been restless all the morning, so that we were at first glad to know that she was sleeping. When, however, her husband mentioned casually that she was sleeping so soundly that he could not wake her, we went to her room to see for ourselves. She was breathing naturally and looked so well and peaceful that we agreed that the sleep was better for her than anything else. Poor girl. She has so much to forget that it is no wonder that sleep, if it brings oblivion to her, does her good. Later, our opinion was justified, for when after a refreshing sleep of some hours she woke up, she seemed brighter and better than she had been for days. At sunset, she made the usual hypnotic report. Wherever he may be in the Black Sea, the Count is hurrying to his destination. To his doom, I trust. 26th of October. Another day, and no tidings of the Tsarina Catherine. She ought to be here by now. That she is still journeying somewhere is apparent, for Miss Harker's hypnotic report at sunrise was still the same. Is it possible that the vessel may be lying by, at times, for fog? Some of the streamers which came in last evening reported patches of fog both north and south of the port. We must continue our watching, as the ship may now be signaling any moment. 27th of October, noon. Most strange. No news yet of the ship we wait for. Mrs. Harker reported last night and this morning as usual, lapping waves and rushing water, though she added that the waves were very faint. The telegrams from London have been the same. No further report. Von Helsing is terribly anxious. He told me just now that he fears the Count is escaping us. He added significantly, I did not like that lethargy of Madame Mina's. Souls and memories can do strange things during trance. I was about to ask him more, but Harker then just came in and held up a warning hand. We must try tonight at sunset to make her speak more fully when in her hypnotic state. 28th of October. Telegram. Rufus Smith, London, to Lord Goldwing. Care HBM Vice Consul, Varna. Tsarina Catherine reported entering Galatz at 1 o'clock today. Davina, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Dr. Seward's Diary, 28th of October. When the telegram announced the arrival in Gallants, I do not think it was such a shock to any of us as might have been expected. True, we did know now whence or how or when the bolt would come, but I think we all expected that something strange would happen. The delay of arrival at Varna made us individually satisfied that things would not be just as we had expected. We only waited to learn where the change would occur. Nonetheless, however, it was a surprise. I suppose that nature works on such a hopeful basis that we believe against ourselves that things will be as they ought to be, not as we should know that they will be. Transcendentalism is a beacon to the angels, even if the will-o-wisp is to the man. It was an odd experience, and we all took it differently. Van Helsing raised his hand over his head for a moment, as though in remonstrance with the Almighty. But he said not a word, and in a few seconds stood up with his face sternly set. Lord Goldman grew very pale and sat breathing heavily. I was myself half stunned and looked in wonder at one after another. Quincy Morris tightened his belt with that quick movement which I knew so well. In our old wandering days, it has meant action. Mrs. Harker grew ghastly white, so that the scar on her forehead seemed to burn, but she folded her hands meekly and looked up in prayer. Harker smiled, the dark, bitter smile of one who is without hope, but at the same time his actions belied his words, for his hands instinctively sought the hilt of the great Kurki knife and rested there. "When does the next train start for Gallants?" said Van Helsing to us, generally. "At 6:30 tomorrow morning." We all started, for the answer came from Mrs. Harker. "How on earth do you know that?" said Art. "You forget, or perhaps you do not know, though Jonathan does, and so does Mr. Van Helsing, that I am the train fiend. At home in Exeter, I always used to wake up at the times tables so as to be helpful to my husband. I found it so useful sometimes that I always make a study of the timetables now. I knew that if anything were to take us from the Castle Dracula, we should go by Gallants, or at any rate through Bucharest. So I learned that the times very carefully. Unhappily, there are not many whom learn, as the only train tomorrow leaves, as I say." "Wonderful woman," murmured the professor. Formal! Hi, Formal. Thank you so much for the raid. A train fiend. I'm so fiendish over trains. Imagine. Hi, Formal. Hi, Bingo. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukia. I'm a siren with necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like, I can do tea, boba, coffee. However, the cake is extra. Welcome in. Koma! Koma! Oh my gosh, hi, lovely. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. Hi, Koma. Oop, I can spell. Welcome in. How was stream? Were you streaming earlier? You were doing some ASMR. How was your ASMR? Welcome in. Formal, if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But if you'd like to hang out, you're more than welcome to. I am finishing up the last 3 chapters of Dracula. So if you would like to join us, you're more than welcome to. If you want to follow along on the book, here is the link right there. We are on chapter 25. But you're more than welcome to just like lurking, hang out. Hi Ivan, welcome in. Mega Bonk, I was playing some Rivals. Oh, how did Rivals go? Did you get any good matches? I really like Rivals. It's such a fun game. I enjoy it immensely. But thank you so much for the raid. Formal, do your after stream care, okay? Don't forget, it's very important. So sleepy mode. Sleepy mode. So fair, Bingo. Welcome in. Hi. Def do that. Yes. Wawa, food, shower, stinky, whatever. I'm gonna get back into the reading. Thank you again so much. Hold on. Let me do this too. Hold on. I gotta do this. Let me do this really quick. There we go. Okay. I just wanted to say hi to her. Alright. Let me get back. Probably asleep. I want to say hi. Yeah, no, of course. Get nice and cozy. Oh my gosh, Koma. Hi, Koma. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, hi, hi. Stay with me forever. Ah, Koma. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome on in, raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, we can do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa, whatever. The cake is already paid for, so I guess you can have a piece. It's right there on the couch. Have a boba. Yeah, you want a boba? Here, Koma, I'll get you a drink. Here you go. I got you. Here, Koma, I got you. Do exclamation point drink. Let's see. What drink did you get? That looks like coffee. Okay, so hopefully you like coffee. Are you okay with coffee? Do you like coffee? But welcome on in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? How was your ASMR? I'm actually gonna move this over here. Welcome in, welcome in. There you go. Stream was great, very cozy. Nice. We love a good cozy stream. But thank you so much for the raid. Koma, I know you had a long stream, so if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But if you want to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. Just make sure to do your after stream care, eat food, drink while we take a shower because you're a stinky gamer. But if you want to lurk and hang out, we are reading Dracula. We are on chapter 25. And if you would like to join us on the reading, here is the link to the story. I know it says chapter 15, but we're on 25. And try and sleep. Have a good night, Trax. Rest well. Thank you so much. Thank you so, so much. Good night, good night, good night. Let me give a welcome to the followers. Music Mortician. Do you actually do music? Wait, hold on. Do you do music? What kind of music do you do? Dagger, thank you so much for the follow. Paranoid Hornet, thank you for the follow. Phantom EX, Moon Treya, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. The Dracula, nope, we're still reading it. I passed out temporarily. Well, good morning. Renegade Lego, Crux Torts. Hi, I'm Lilo. Lilo, like Lilo and Stitch. How cute! I love that. But thank you so much for the follows. If you guys would like to get cozy and comfortable, we are doing a reading stream tonight. We're finishing up Dracula, and then after this, I will be switching over to do some Alice in Wonderland. That is the new story we'll be starting tonight. Hopefully. T-Skip. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very cozy. Good, good, good. Hi, Autumn. Welcome in. How are you, handsome? How's your night? Hopefully you're doing good. Boba, 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 boba. I love boba. I agree. Aura. Hi, Aura. Welcome in, welcome in. More, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, more. Of course, more, Cooper. Machine broke. It just takes a minute. Try again. Resting. Yeah, get cozy. I'm gonna go ahead and get back into the reading, but if you guys want to get cozy and stuff, from hanging out with Koma, right? Sorry, I was looking at something. You are more than welcome to get cozy in bed. And I'll read you a story. Uh-oh. Is it not working? Let me do this. Oh, there it goes. It goes. It works. Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much, Paranoid. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Wonderful woman, murmured the professor. Can't we get a special? Asked Lord Goldwing. Van Helsing shook his head. I fear not. This land is very different from yours or mine. Even if we did have a special, it would probably not arrive as soon as your regular train. Moreover, we have something to prepare. We must think. Now, let us organize. You, friend Arthur, go to the train and get the tickets and arrange that all be ready for us to go in the morning. Do you, friend Jonathan, go to the agent of the ship and get from him letters to the agent and gallants, with authority to make such the ship just as it were here. Morris Quincy, you see the vice-consul and get this aid with the fellow and gallants, and all he can do to make our way smooth, so that no times be lost when over the Dombe. John will stay with Madam Mina and me, and we shall consult. For so if time be long, you may be delayed, and it will not matter when the sun set, since I am here with Madam to make report. I internally in mind. Gregory, thanks so much for the welcome in. How are you? Pika Slayer, welcome in. How are you? And I, said Miss Harker brightly, the more like her old self than she had been for many a day long, shall try to be of use in all ways, and shall think and write for you as I used to. Something is shifting from me in some strange way, and I feel freer than I have been of late. The three younger men looked happier at that moment as they seemed to realize the significance of her words. But Van Helsing and I, turning to each other, met each a grave and troubled glance. We said nothing at the time, however. When the three men had gone out to their tasks, Van Helsing asked Mrs. Harker to look up the copy of the diaries and find him the part of Harker's journal and the castle. She went away to get it. When the door was shut upon her, he said to me, We mean the same. Speak out. There is some change, and it is a hope that makes me sick, for it may deceive us. Quite so. Do you know why I asked her to get the manuscript? No, said I, unless it has to get an opportunity of seeing me alone. You are in part right, friend Jonathan. But only in part. I want to tell you something. And oh, my friend, I am taking a terrible risk, but I believe it is right. In the moment when Madame Mina said those words at the arrest, both our understanding, an inspiration came to me. In the trance of 3 days ago, if the Count sent her his spirit to read her mind, or more like, he took her to see him in his earth box in the ship, with water rushing, just as it go free at rise and set of sun. He learned then that we are here, for she has more to tell in her urban life with eyes to see and ears to hear than he, shut as he is in his coffin box. Now he make his most effort to escape us. At present he wants her not. He is sure with us so great a knowledge that she will come at his call. But he cut her off, takes her, as he can do, out of his own power, that so she cannot to him. But there I have hope that our main brains, that have been of man so long and have not lost the grace of God, will come higher than his child brain that lie in his tomb for centuries, that grow not yet in our stature, and that do not only work selfish and therefore small. Here comes Madamina, not a word to her of her trance. She knows it not, and it would overwhelm her and make her despair just when we want all her hope, all her courage, when most we want all her great brain, which is trained like a man's brain. But it is of sweet woman, and have a special power which the Count gives her, and which he may not take away altogether, though he thinks not so. Hush, let me speak, and you shall learn. Friend John, we are in awful straits, I fear, as we never feared before. We can only trust the good God. Silence, here she comes. I thought that the professor was going to break down and have hysterics, just as he had when Lucy died, but with a great effort he controlled himself and was at perfectly nervous poise when Miss Harker tripped into the room, bright and happy looking, and in the doing of work seemed forgetful of her misery. As she came in, she held a number of sheets of typewriting to Van Helsing. He looked over them gravely, his face brightening up as he read. Then, holding the pages between his fingers and thumb, he said, Friend John, to you with so much of experience already, to you, too, my dear Madam Mina, that are young, here is a lesson. Do not ever fear to think. A half-thought has been buzzing often in my brain, but I fear to let him loose his wings. Here now, with more knowledge, I go back to where that half-thought come from, and I find that he be no half-thought at all. That be a whole thought, though so young that he is not yet strong to use his little wings. Nay, like the ugly duck of my friend Hans Andersen, he be no duck throughout at all, but a big swan thought, that sail nobly on big wings, when the time come for him to try them. See, I read here what Jonathan have written. That other of his race who, in a later age, again and again brought his forces over the great river into Turkeyland, who, when he was beaten back, came again and again and again, though he had to come alone from the bloody field where his troops were being slaughtered, since he knew that he alone could ultimately triumph. What does this tell us? Not much? No. The Count's child thought see nothing, therefore he speaks so freely. Your man thought see nothing, my man thought see nothing, till just now. No, but there comes another word from someone who can speak without thought, because she too know not what it might mean, just as there are elements which rest, yet when in nature's course they move on their own way, and they touch, then poof, and there comes a flash of light, heaven-wide and blind, and kill and destroy some, but that shall show up all earth below for leagues and leagues. Is it not so? Well, I shall explain. To begin, have you ever studied this philosophy of crime? Yes and no. You, John, yes, for it is a study of insanity. You, no, Madamina, for crime touch you not at all. Still, your mind works true, and argues not a particulari ad universali. There is this particularity in criminals, which is so constant in all countries and at all times, that even police, who now know much from philosophy, come to know it empirically, that it is to be empiric. The criminal always work at one crime, that is the true criminal, who seems predestined to crime, and who will of no other. This criminal of ours is predestined to crime also. He too have children brained, and it is of the child to do what he have done. The little bird, the little fish, the little animal learn not by principle, but empirically, and when he learned to do, and then there is him on the ground to start from to do one. Du pusto, said Archimedes. Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the world. To do once is the fulcrum whereby child brain become man's brain, and until he have the purpose to do more, he continue to do the same again every time, just as he have done so before. Oh my dear, I see that your eyes have opened, and that you, the highlighting flash, show all the leagues. For Miss Harker began to clap her hands and her eyes sparkled. He went on. Now you shall speak. Tell us, two dry men of science, what you see with these so bright eyes. He took her hand and held it while she spoke. Her finger and thumb closed on her pulse, as thought instinctively and unconsciously she spoke. The Count is a criminal, and of criminal type. Nordau and Lombroso would so classify him, and Q criminal he is of imperfectly formed mind. Thus, in a difficulty he has to seek resource in habit. His past is a clue, and one page of it that we know, and that from his own lips, tells that once before, when in what Mr. Morris would call a tight place, he went back to his own country from the land he had tried to invade, and thence, without losing purpose, prepared himself for a new effort. He came again better equipped for his work, and won, so he came to London to invade a new land. He was beaten, and then all hope of success was lost, and his existence in danger. He fled back over the sea to his home, just as formerly he had fled back over the Dombe from the Turkey land. Good, good, oh, you so clever lady, said Van Helsing enthusiastically, and he stood and kissed her hand. For a moment later he said to me, as calmly as though we had been having a sick room consolation, 72 only, and in all this excitement I have hope. Turning to her again, he said with keen expectation, but go on, there is more to tell if you will. Be not afraid, John and I know. I do in any case, and shall tell you if you are right. Speak without fear. I will try to, but you will forgive me if I seem egotistical. Nay, fear not. You must not. You must be egotist, for it is of you that we think. Then, as he is criminal, he is selfish, and as his intelligence is small and his action is based on selfishness, he confines himself to one purpose. That purpose is remorseless. As he fled back over the Dombe, leaving his forces to be cut to pieces, so now he is intent on being safe, careless of all. So his own selfishness frees my soul somewhat from that terrible power which he acquired over me in that dreadful night. I feel it. I feel it. Thank God for his great mercy. My soul is freer than it has been since that awful hour. And all that haunts me is a fear lest in some trance or dream he may have used my knowledge for his ends. The professor stood up. He has so used your mind, and by it he has left us here in Varna, whilst the ship that carried him rushing through enveloping the fog up to Gallant, where doubtless he had made preparation of escaping from us, but his child mind only saw so far, and it may be that, as ever in God's providence, the very thing that the evildoer must recognize for his own selfish good turns out to be his chiefest harm. The hunter is taken in his own snare, and as the great palmists say, for now that he think he is free from every trace of us all, and that he has escaped us with so many hours to him, then his selfish child brain will whisper him to sleep. He think too that as he cut himself off from knowing your mind, there can be no knowledge of him to you. There is where he fails. Hi Austin, welcome in, how are you? What terrible baptism of blood which he can give you makes you free to go to him in spirit, as you have as yet done in your times of freedom when the sun rise and set. At such times you may go by my volition, but not by this, and this power to good of you and of others, as you have won from your suffering at his hands. This is now all the more precious, and he know it not. And to God himself have even cut himself off from his knowledge of our whereabouts. We, however, are not selfish, and we believe that God is with us through all this blackness and these many dark hours. We shall follow him, and we shall not flinch, even if we peril ourselves, that we become like him. Friend John, this has been a great hour, and have done much to advance on us on our way. You must scribe and write him all down, so that when the others return from the work, you can give it to them, and then they shall know as we do. And so I have written it whilst we wait their return, and Miss Harker has written in her typewriter all since she brought the MS to us. That is the end of chapter 25. We are now on chapter 26. Hi HK. Hi Stir. Food for a oh gosh, what are you making? I'm so hungry. I had chorizo earlier, but like I could still eat. I'm still kind of hungry. Is that cool? Can I say I'm still hungry? I'm still hungry. But thank you so much. Hi Endless, welcome in. Hi Autumn. Javi says sleepy, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. Super Hunter, thank you so much for the follow. Incomprehensible name, thanks so much for the follow, welcome in. How are you? Thank you. Oh my gosh, Autumn. Yum yum. I do love croissant. I have cookies. I can have a cookie later. I will eat after stream. I will consume after stream. Hi Javi, welcome in. So sleepy. Chocolate chips. No, it's a Milano. I got Milano cookies, so it has chocolate in the middle. But gosh dang, chocolate chip sounds so good too. I saw you in my recommended feed. Hi Mondos, welcome in, how are you? How's your night? And you're recommended. Hell yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy cool. Welcome in, how are you Mondos? We are currently reading Dracula. We are about to start chapter 26. I'm just taking a little bit of a breather before we do. I got the watermelon. Watermelon. You, what does he say about showers? You will shower all alone, but I got watermelon. Something, something. The cat game. Yeah, we have bongo cats. If you guys would like to join us, it is a free game. There is the link to the free game as well as the invite code or the lobby code if you would like to join us. It is a cute little game where you play as a little bongo cat and you can do like little faces. You can decorate the kitty. You just have to unlock the items. I like to do this one. It's a panda. It's a panda with the coffee on its head. It's one of my favorites. Hi, Billmaster. Hungry is the reason I can't sleep. Oh my gosh. Maybe this will help. Oh, I hope so, Austin. Hungry is the reason I can't sleep. My options of food are not good. Only Chex Mix and Pocky. Pocky? Best for sleep. No, that's fair. Not even like a handful of Chex Mix. It'll fill your stomach up a little bit at least. Macries? I gotta be honest, this is probably one of the best pulls of my Twitch recommended page ever. Hi, welcome in, how are you? Hi. The bed. Am I like an S tier pool? Can I be like that one pool where it's just like, damn, I didn't get them the first time, but I got them the second time. Can I be that one? And then you pulled me for like a C2? Can I be like a C2 second run character? Those are always my favorites. Hi, Freak Jen. Welcome in. How are you? I must sleep, Stinky. Good night, Stinky Gucka. Rest well. Good night, good night. Have a good sleep. Thank you so much for hanging out. Freak Jen, thank you so much for the follow. I guess, yes. I'm so cool like that. No, honestly, that's like my favorite thing about like gachas, when they put the character back on banner and then you get them the second time. You're like, yes, oh, I got them. It's my favorite. I get so excited. Let me drink some water. The little coaster that I put my drink on decided to come along with my cup. I'm gonna drink some water and put a little chapstick on. And then we will continue reading Dracula. We are on chapter 26, and then after we're done finishing Dracula, we will be starting Alice in Wonderland after a little bit of a break to get the next story started. McCries, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in, Sweetling. How are you? Midnight Voice officially. I'm here from YouTube. Here because I just watched Finding the Midnight Voice. What's Midnight Voice? I found the Midnight Voice officially. What's Midnight Voice? I don't know what that is. My finger slipped. Oh no, it slipped. Darn. It's okay, I caught it. Now we're holding hands, but with gloves though, because let's be honest, gotta leave room for Jesus. Or something like that. But welcome in, welcome in. If you guys would like to join us on the story, here is the book. There's the link if you like to. Hi, Flood. With Woowa. I love Woowa. You said the magic words. And CCC have my faves at 3 dupes now. Who are your wait, hold on, Floodhound. Who is your favorite? Who do you have? I have Chung Li at C2. Jian at C1. And I think that's it. I think everybody else I pretty much just only pulled once. Doing pretty good. Thinking just need some relax. Get cozy. And get a hold on, my cries. Do this with me. We're gonna do this together. I'm gonna force you all to do a care package with me. Hold on. And we do them together. Once it's off a cooldown. Okay, we'll just do it anyways. Everybody, sit up straight at your desk. Tilt your head gently to the left. And tilt your head gently to the right. Look up. And look down. Sit up and drink some wawa. And if you're in bed, take a deep breath. And exhale through the mouth. Off to bed. Good night, bacon snack. Rest well. Have a good sleep. Good night, good night. Okay. Now that we're all extra relaxed, let me go ahead and I'm gonna get back into the story. Oh, Kono. We just did one. Kono, I'm gonna give you back your points because we just did one. Kono. CP Hauka sleeps. Let's see. We did that. Fish. Oh my gosh, Fish. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the forehead kiss, Fish. Alright. Okay, there you go, Kono. That was relaxing. Good. I do 5 minutes of what, so those of you who are new, I do ASMR on Monday, Tuesdays. Tuesday is reading club, so we read every Tuesday. We pick a book and I read it. Chat picked Dracula. and the next book is my choice. So after Alice in Wonderland, I will put a poll up in the Discord, and then you guys can pick the next book. We switch back and forth between who picks the next book. So next one is my choice. But on Mondays we do ASMR with triggers and meditations. Sometimes we do cozy art or cozy games. But yeah, what drink did you get? Did your drink go through? I didn't see it. What did you get? It's an anime about a guy who watched the streamer late at night and then went to an all-girls school to find her just off her voice. Ah, and it's called The Midnight Voice. I'd have to look at that. That sounds actually pretty good. Let me grab that. I'm gonna DM that to a friend so I don't forget, and I'll look at it later. That sounds really good. I like shows like that. It sounds cute. Cardathea. Oh, Augusta, Zane, Lupa, Cantarella, Charatito, Jianshin are my faves. Too many in this game, it's haunting. It's true. There's so many. Alright. One more deep breath, and then we'll go ahead and we'll start the story again. If you guys would like to join us, you can. I'll do the command one more time. We are on chapter 26. Alright. Relax your shoulders. Unclench your jaw. Unfurrow your brow. And 26. Chapter 26. Dr. Seward's Diary. 29th of October. This is written in the train to Varna from Galants. Last night, we all assembled a little before the time of sunset. Each of us had done his work as well as we could, so far as thought and endeavor and opportunity go. We are prepared for the whole of our journey and for our work when we get to Galants. When the usual time came around, Miss Harker prepared herself for her hypnotic effort, and after a longer and more serious effort on the part of Van Helsing than had been usually necessary, she sank into a trance. Usually she speaks of a hint, but this time the professor had to ask her questions, and to ask them pretty resolutely before we got to learn anything. At her last answer came 9:30 a.m. or p.m. I can see nothing. We are still. There are no waters lapping, but only a steady swell of water softly running against the Hossa. I can hear men's voices calling near and far, and the roll of creak of oars in the rowlocks. Midnight Heart. Tune into the midnight. Ah, okay. Let me grab that. Hold on. No, you're good, Austin. There you go. I can see nothing. We are still. There are no waves lapping, but only a steady swell of water, softly running against the Hossa. I can hear men's voices calling near and far, and the roll of creak of oars and the warlocks. A gun is fired somewhere. The echo of it seems far away. Those tramping of feet overhead, and ropes and chains are dragged along. What is this? There is a gleam of light. I can feel the air blowing upon me. Here she stopped. She had risen as if impulsively from where she lay on the sofa and raised both her hands, palms upward, as if lifting a weight. Van Helsing and I looked at each other with understanding. Quincy raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her intently, whilst Harker's hand instinctively closed around the hilt of his kukri. There was a long pause. We all knew that the time where she could speak was passing, but we felt that it was useless to say anything. Suddenly, she sat up, and as she opened her eyes, said sweetly, "Would any of you like a cup of tea? You must be all so tired." We could only make her happy, and so acquiesced. She bustled off to get tea. When she had gone, Van Helsing said, "You see, my friends, he is close to land. He has left this earth chest, but he has yet to get on shore. In the night he may lie hidden somewhere, but if he be not carried on shore, or if the ship do not touch it, he cannot achieve the land. In such case he can, if it be in the night, change his form and can jump or fly to shore, as he did at Whitby, but if the day comes before he got on shore, then, unless he be carried, he cannot escape. But if he be carried, then the customs men may discover what the box contained. Thus, in fine, if he escaped not on shore tonight, or before dawn, there will be the whole day lost to him. We may then arrive in time, or if he escape not at night, we shall come on him in daytime, boxed up and at our mercy. For he dare not be his true self, awake and visible, lest he be discovered." There is no more to be said, so we waited in patience until the dawn, at which time we might learn more from Miss Harker. Early this morning we listened with breathless anxiety for her response to his trance. The hypnotic stage was even longer in coming than before, and when it came, the time remaining until sunrise was so short that we began to despair. Van Helsing seemed to throw his whole soul into the effort. At last, in obedience to his will, she made a reply. "All is dark. I hear lapping water level with me, and some creaking as of wood on wood." She paused, and the red sun shot up. "We must wait till tonight." And so it was that we travelled toward Gallants in an agony of expectations. We are due to arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, but already at Bucharest we are 3 hours late, so we cannot possibly get in till well after sunup. Thus we shall have 2 more hypnotic messages from Miss Harker. Either or both may possibly throw more light on what is happening. Copco, welcome in. Have a good lurk, McCries. Later. Sunset has come and gone. Fortunately, it came at a time when there was no distinction, for had it occurred whilst we were at the station, we might not have secured the necessary calm and isolation. Miss Harker yielded to the hypnotic influence even less readily than this morning. I am in fear that her power of reading the Count's sensations may die away just when we want it most. It seems to me that her imagination is beginning to work. Whilst she has been in the trance hitherto, she has confined herself to the simplest of facts. If this goes on, it may ultimately mislead us. If I thought that the Count's power over her would die away eventually with her power of knowledge, it would be a happy thought, but I'm afraid that it may not be so. When she did speak, her words were enigmatical. Something is out. I can feel it pass me like cold wind. I can hear far-off confused sounds as of men talking in strange tongues, fierce falling water and the howling of wolves. She stopped and a shudder ran through her, increasing in intensity for a few seconds, till at the end she shook as though in palsy. She said no more, even in answer to the professor's imperative questioning. When she woke from the trance, she was cold and exhausted and languid, but her mind was all alert. She could not remember anything, but asked what she had said. When she was told, she pondered over it deeply for a long time, and in silence. 30th of October, 7 a.m. We are near Gallants now, and I may not have time to write later. Sunrise this morning was anxiously looked for by us all. Knowing of time increasing difficulty of procuring the hypnotic trance, Van Helsing began his passes earlier than usual. They procured no effect, however, until the regular time, when she yielded with a still greater difficulty only a minute before the sun rose. The professor lost no time in his questioning. Her answer came with equal quickness. All is dark. I hear waters rolling by, level with my ears, and the creaking of wood on wood. Cattle low, far off. There is no other sound, a queer one, like... She stopped and grew white, and whiter still. Go on. Go on, speak, I command you, said Van Helsing in an agonized voice. At the same time, there was despair in his eyes, for the risen sun was reddening even Mrs. Harker's pale face. She opened her eyes, and we all stared as she said, sweetly and seemingly with the utmost unconcern, "Oh, Professor, why ask me what to do, what you know I can't? I don't remember anything." Then, seeing the look of amazement on our faces, she said, turning from one to the other with a troubled look, "What have I said? What have I done? I know nothing, only that I was lying here, half asleep, when I heard you say, 'Go on, speak, I command you.' It seems so funny to hear you order me out, as if I was a bad child." "Madam Mina," he said sadly, "it is proof, if proof be needed, of how I loved and honor you, when a word from your good-spoken, more earnest than ever, can seem so strange, because it is to order her whom I am proud to obey. The whistles are sounding. We are in Gallants. We are on fire with anxiety and eagerness." Mina Harker's Journal, 30th of October. Mr. Morris took me to the hotel where our rooms had been ordered by telegraph, he being the one who could best be spared, since he does not speak any foreign language. The forces are distributed much as they have been at Varna, except that Lord Godalming went to the Vice-Consul, as his rank might serve as an immediate guarantee of some sort of the official, to be in extreme hurry. Jonathan and the two doctors went to the shipping agent to learn particulars of the arrival of the Tsarina Catherine. Later, Lord Godalming has returned, the consul is away, and the vice-consul sick, so the return work has been attended to by his clerk. He was very obliging and offered to do anything in his power. Jonathan Harker's Journal, 30th of October. At 9 o'clock, Dr. Van Helsing, Dr. Seward, and I on Messrs. Mackenzie and Steinkopf, the agent of the London firm at Hopgood. They had received a wire from London in answer to Lord Godalming's telegraphed request, asking us to show them a civility of their power. They were more than kind and courteous, and took us at once on board to the Tsarina Catherine, which lay at anchor out in the river harbour. There we saw the Captain Dondelin by name, who told us of his voyage. He said that in all his life he had never had so favourable a run. "Man," he said, "but it made us afeard, for we expected that we should have to pay for it with some rare piece or ill luck, so as to keep up the average. It's no canny to run fair London. It's no canny to run from London to the Black Sea with the wind hinty, as though the Delhi himself were blown on your sail for his ink purpose. And the time we could no spear a thing, gin were high on ship, or a port, or a headland, a fog fell us and travelled with us till, when after it had lifted, We were looked out, the deli I think we could see, and we ran by Gibraltar without being able to signal until we came to the Dardanelles and had to wait to get our permit to pass. We never were within hail or aught. At first, I inclined to slack off sail and beat about the fog as lifted, but whiles I thought that if the deli was minded to get us into the Black Sea quick, he was like to do it whether we would or not. If we had a quick voyage, it would be not to our miscredit with the owners, and not hurt to our traffic, and the old one who had served his ain't purpose would be decently grateful to us for not hindering him. This mixture of simplicity and cunning of superstition and commercial reasoning aroused Van Helsing, who said, "My friend, that devil is more clever than he is thought by some, and he knows when he met his match." The skipper was not displeased with the compliment, and went on. Oh no, not the Cockney accent again. Alright. When we got past the Bosphorus, the men began to grumble. Some of them, the Romanians, came and asked me to heave overboard a big box which had been put on board by a queer-looking old man just before we had left for London. I'd seen them speer at the fellow and put out their fingers when they saw him to guard against the evil eye. Man, but the superstition of foreigners is perfectly ridiculous. I sent them about their business pretty quick, but just after the fog closed in on us, I felt a wee bit as they did. That something, though I wouldn't say it was against the big box. On we went, and as the fog didn't let up for 5 days, I just let the wind carry us. For if the deli wanted to get somewhere, well, we would fetch it up a reet. And if we would fetch it up all right. And if he didn't, well, we'd keep a sharp lookout anyhow. Sure enough, we had a fair way and deep water all the time, and 2 days ago, when the morning sun came through the fog, we found ourselves just in the river opposite Gallants. The Romanians were wild and wanted me, right or wrong, to take the box out and fling it in the river. I had to angry with them about it with the handspike, and when the last of them rose off the deck with his head in his hand, I had convinced them that, evil eye or no evil eye, the property and the trust of my owners were better in the hands than in their rivers. They had, mind ye, taken the box on the deck already to fling it, and as it was marked Gallant via Varna, I thought I'd let it lie till we discharged in a port and get rid of it altogether. We didn't do much clearing that day and had to remain in the night at anchor, but in the morning, brawn and airy, an hour before sunrise, a man came aboard with an order written to him from England to receive the box marked for one Count Dracula. Sure enough, the matter was one ready in his head. He had his papers all right, and glad I was to be rid of the damn thing, for I was beginning myself to feel uneasy at it. If the devil did had a luggage aboard the ship, I'm thinking it was either that and the same. What was the name of the man who took it? Asked Dr. Van Helsing with restrained eagerness. I'll be telling you quick, he answered, and stepping out down his cabin, produced a receipt signed Emanuel Hildeshim, Bergstein Strauss 16 was the address. We found out that this was all the captain knew, so with thanks, we came away. We found Hildeshim in his office, a Hebrew, or rather, the Adelphi theater type, with the nose like a sheep and a fez. His arguments were pointed with spice. We do the punctuation, and with a little bargaining, he told us what he knew. Hi, Tharweave. Hi, Hellhound. Welcome in. How are you both? How's your night? Hope you're both doing well. Hi, hi. Are you okay? What happened, Thorwim? We have ads starting in about a minute, guys. I will be taking a short little breather while the ads run before we continue. I don't want you to miss anything with the story. That's one thing that's difficult with this story is they do write with the accents. So when he's doing like the Cockney accent, it's really hard to like follow what he's saying. You know what I mean? Or trying to say. Have a good lurk, Vexing. Thank you so much for coming in. Rest well. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. You know, I think I'm gonna grab my cookies really quick and have a cookie while the ads run. I'm gonna be heading to bed now. Wonderful rest of your street. Good night, fish. Have a good rest. Rest well. Good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Have a good sleep. I'm back. Couldn't fall asleep. In the background, I hope I pass out. Yeah. Get milk and cookies. Well, definitely cookies. I don't really do milk. I got 2 emoji from these coffee beans, but I'm sick to be honest. Lifting between the alive and the dead ones. You got 2 emojis. From the alive and the dead ones. No milk. Yeah, just the cookies. You have a really pretty humming voice. Thank you. I do hum often. Would you like to hear? I can do a quick humming thing if you'd like to. Sure. Okay. Let me pause the music. Okay. And I just realized it stops the rain too. One of the songs that I hum often is there you go. That's one of the ones that I hum on like trigger nights, right? Cookies. I didn't get my cookies. Give me a sec. That was really good. Thank you. It's what is that movie? Corpse Bride? If I touch a burning candle, I can feel no pain. That's what it's from. One of my favorites. Bronze Boomer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, Sweetling. How are you? Okay, I got my cookies, but ads are over. Tilt our head to the left. Hi, Ada. Welcome in. And tilt your head to the right. And look up. And look down. And look up and drink some water. It's calming, thank you. Now enjoying Dracula, play video games. Good content, thank you. Of course. Get cozy, Ada. We got tons of pillows around, and you can relax with us. What is that? You want uppies, Endless? Endless, do you want to sit with me? You can sit on the couch with me if you'd like. Get nice and cozy, get comfortable. We'll get a blanket and put it over our laps. It'll be great, trust. Okay. Alright. Let's keep going. We found Hiloshim in his office, a Hebrew of rather the Adelphi theater type, with a nose like a sheep and a fez. His arguments were pointed with spice, we doing the punctuation, and with a little bargaining he told us what he knew. Cozart, welcome in. This turned out to be a simple but important. He had received a letter from Mr. Deville of London, telling him to receive, if possible, before sunrise, so as to avoid customs, a box which would arrive at Gallant's and the Tsarina Catherine. This he had to give in charge to a certain Petrovskinsky, who dealt with the Slavics who traded down the river to the port. He had been paid for his work by an English banknote, which he had duly cashed for gold at the Dunbay International Bank. When Skinsky had come to him, he had taken him to the ship and handed over the box, so as to save portage. That was all he knew. We then sought for Skinsky, but we were unable to find him. One of his neighbors, who did not seem to bear him any affection, said that he had gone away 2 days before. No one knew whither. This was corroborated by his landlord, who had received a messenger the key of the house together with the rent due in English money. This had been between 10 and 11 o'clock last night. We were at a standstill again. Whilst we were talking, one came running and breathlessly gasped that they had the body of Skinsky had been found inside the wall of the churchyard of St. Peter, and that the throat had been torn open as if by some wild animal. And those we had been speaking with ran off to see the horror, the women crying out, "This is the work of a Slavic." We hurried away lest we should have been in some way drawn into the affair, and so detained. As we came home, we could arrive at no definite... VTuber Talk, welcome in, how are you? As we came home, we could arrive at no definite conclusion. We were all convinced that the box was on its way by water to somewhere, but where that might be we would have to discover. With heavy hearts we came home to the hotel to Mina. When we met together, the first thing was to consult as to taking Mina again into our confidence. Things are getting desperate, and it is at least a chance, though a hazardous one, As a preliminary step, I was released from my promise to her. Ada, have a good lurk. But how are you, VTuber? Hi, Bitter. Have a good lurk. Mina Harker's journal, 30th of October, evening. They were so tired and worn out and dispirited that there was nothing to be done till they had some rest, so I asked them all to lie down for half an hour whilst I should enter everything up to the moment. I feel so grateful to the man who invented the traveler's typewriter and to Mr. Morris for getting this one for me. I should have felt quite astray doing the work if I had to write with a pen. It is all done. Poor dear, dear Jonathan, that he must have suffered. What must he be suffering now? He lies on the sofa hardly seeming to breathe, and his whole body appears in collapse. His brows are knit, his face is drawn with pain. Poor fellow, maybe he is thinking, and I can see his face all wrinkled up with the concentration of his thoughts. Oh, if I could only help at all. I shall do what I can. I have asked Dr. Van Helsing again, and he has got me all the papers that I have not yet seen. Whilst they are resting, I shall go over all carefully, and perhaps I may arrive at some conclusion. I shall try to follow the professor's example and think without prejudice on the facts before me. I do believe that under God's providence I have made a discovery. I shall get the maps and look over them. I am more than ever sure that I am right. My new conclusion is ready, so I shall get our party together and read it. They can judge it. It is well to be accurate, and every minute is precious. Mina Harker's memorandum entered in her journal. Have a good lurk, Ada. Hi, Isango. Thank you for the headpad. Halan, welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Mina Harker's memorandum. Ground of inquiry. Count Dracula's problem is to get back to his own place. A. He must be brought back by someone. This is evident, for he had power to move himself as he wished. He could go either as man, or wolf, or bat, or in some other way. He evidently fears discovery or interference, in the state of helplessness in which he must be, confined as he is between dawn and sunset in his wooden box. How is he to be taken? B. How is he to be taken? Here is a process execution may help us, by road, rail, or water. 1. By road. There are endless difficulties, especially in leaving the city. X. There are some people, and people are curious and investigate. A hint, a surmise, a doubt as to what might be in the box would destroy him. Y. There are, or there may be, customs and octroi officers to pass. Z. His purpose might follow. This is his highest fear, and in order to prevent this being betrayed, he has repelled, so far as he can, even his victim, me. 2. By rail. There is no one in charge of the box. It would have to take its chance of being delayed. A delay would be fatal, with enemies on the track. True, he might escape at night, but what would he be if left in a strange place with no refuge that he could fly to? This is not what he intends, and he does not mean to risk it. 3. By water. Here is the safest way, in one respect, but with most danger in another. On the water, he is powerless, except at night. Even then, he can only summon fog and storm and snow and his wolves. But were he wrecked, the living water would engulf him, helpless, and he would indeed be lost. He could have the vessel drive to land, but if it were unfriendly land, wherein he was not free to move, his position would still be desperate. We know from the record that he was on the water, so that we have to do is to ascertain what water. The first thing is to realize exactly what he has done as yet. We may then get a light on what his later task is to be. Lavin Cooter, thank you so much for the lyric and for the daily check-in. How are you? Firstly, we must differentiate between what he did in London as part of his general plan of action, when he was pressed for moments and had to arrange as best he could. Secondly, we must see, as well as we can surmise it from the facts we know of, what he has done here. As to the first, welcome in, Tired Munchkin, how are you? As to the first, he evidently intended to arrive at Gallant's and sent envoys to Varna to deceive us, lest we should ascertain his means of exit from England. His immediate and sole purpose then was to escape. The proof of this is the letter of instructions sent to Emanuel Hildesheim to clear and take away the box before sunrise. There was also the instruction to Petrovskinsky. There must be only guesses at, but there must have been some letter or message since Skinsky came to Hildesheim. Those names, I swear to God. That, so far, his plans were successful. We know. The Tsarina Catherine made a phenomenal quick journey, so much so that Captain Dawson's suspicions were aroused, but his superstition, united with his canines, played the Count's game for him. Welcome in, Karina. How corrupted Aurora? How are you? And he ran with his favoring wind through the fog, all till he brought up blindfold at Gallant's. That the Count's arrangements were well made has been proved. Hildesheim cleared the box, took it off, and gave it to Skinsky. Skinsky took it, and here we lose the trail. We only know that the box is somewhere on the water, moving along. The customs and the octroi, if there be any, have been avoided. Now we come to what the Count must have done after his arrival on land at Gallant's. The box was given to Skinsky before sunrise. At sunrise, the Count could appear in his own form. Here, we ask why Skinsky was chosen at all to aid in the work. In my husband's diary, Skinsky is mentioned as dealing with the Slavics who trade down the river to the port, and the man's remark that the murderer was the work of a Slavic showed the general feeling against his class. The Count wanted isolation. My surmise is this, that in London, the Count decided to get back to his castle by water as most safe and secret way. He was brought from the castle by Skani, and probably they delivered their cargo to Slavics, who took the boxes to Varna, for they were shipped to London. Thus the Count had knowledge of the persons who could arrange this service. When the box was on land before sunrise or sunset, he came out of his box, met Skinsky, and instructed him what to do as to arranging the carriage of the box up some river. When this was done, he knew that all was in train. He blotted out his traces, as he thought, by murdering his agent. I have examined the map, and finding that the river most suitable for the Slavics who had ascended is either the Perth or the Sereth. I read it in the typescript that in my trance I heard cows low and water swirling level with my ears and the creaking of wood. The Count in his box then was on a river in an open boat, propelled probably either by oars or poles, or the banks are near and it is working against stream. There would be no sound if floating downstream. Of course, it may not be either the Sereth or the Perth. but we may possibly investigate further. Now of these two, the Perth is the more easily navigated, but the Sereth is, at Fundu, joined by the Bistritsa, which runs up the Borgo Pass. The loop it makes is manifestingly as close to Dracula's castle as can be got by water. Okay, I need water, speaking of. Mina Harker's journal continued. When I had done reading, Jonathan took me in his arms and kissed me. At this point too, honestly, it seems like he hasn't really fed off anybody since Skinsky, but it seems like the way that he handled that, you know what I mean? That he just like straight up ripped at him. Dracula. Hi John, welcome in. How are you? Cozies. Hi fake entity, how are you, cutie? Hope you're having a good night. Sigma Chungus, welcome in. Lovely name, I adore it so much. How are you? How's your night? Chillin', bing chilling. Doing some bing chilling. Okay. A little breather for all of us. Oof. Did you guys hear that? That was my neck. It's morning for me with coffee. How do you take your coffee? This is very important. I need to know. It's super important. I wanna know, can you show me? We do have a drink command actually. We can get water, tea, matcha. Of course I get water. God damn it. That's like the third water I've pulled. Damn it. Alright. Okay. When I had done reading, Jonathan took me in his arms and kissed me. The others kept shaking me by both hands, and Dr. Van Helsing said, "Our dear Madam Mina has once more our teacher." Thank you for Coffee bean machine hot with no sugar. Oh, thank you for the flowers. Is once more our teacher. Her eyes have been where we were blinded. We are now on the track once again, and this time we may succeed. Our enemy is at its most helpless, and if we can come on to him by day on the water, our task will be over. He has a start, but he is powerless to hasten, as we may not leave his box lest those who carry him may suspect. For them to suspect would be to prompt them to throw him into the stream, where he perishes. This he knows, and will not. Now, men, to our council of war, for here and now we must plan what each and all shall do. I shall get to stem launch and follow him, said Lord Goldming, and I horses to follow on the bank lest by chance he land, said Mr. Morris. Good, said the professors, both good, but neither must go alone. There must be forces to overcome force if need be. The Slavic is strong and rough, and he carries rude arms. All men smiled, for amongst them they had carried a small arsenal. Said Mr. Morris, I have brought some Winchesters. They are pretty handy in the crowd, and there may be wolves. Hi, God Hunter. Welcome in, welcome in. The Count, if you remember, took some of our precautions. He made some requisitions on others that Miss Harker could not quite hear or understand. We must be ready at all points, Dr. Seward said. I think I'd better go with Quincy. We have been accustomed to hunt together, and we two, well armed, will be a match for whatever may come along. You must not be alone, Art. It may be necessary to fight the Slavics, and a chance thrust, for I don't suppose these fellows carry guns, would undo all our plans. There must be no chances this time. We shall not rest until the Count's head and body have been separated, and we are sure that he cannot reincarnate. He looked at Jonathan as he spoke, and Jonathan looked at me. I could see that the poor dear was torn about this in his mind. Of course, he wanted to be with me, but then the boat service would, most likely, be the one which would destroy the vampire. Why did I hesitate to write the word? He was silent a while, and during his silence, Dr. Von Helsing spoke. Friend Jonathan, this is to you for twice reasons. First, because you are young and brave and can fight, and all emergencies may be needed at the last. And again, it is your right to destroy him, that which was wrought such woe to you and yours. Be not afraid for Madam Mina. She will be in my care if I may. I am old, my legs not so quick to run at once, and I am not used to ride so long or to pursue as need be, or to fight with lethal weapons, but I can be of other service. I can fight in other ways, and I can die, if need be, as well as younger men. Now, let me say that what I would is this. While you, my Lord Goldming, and friend Jonathan go in your so swift little steamboat up the river, and whilst John and Quincy guard the bank where perchance he might be landed, I will take Madamina right into the heart of the enemy's country. Whilst the old fox is tied in his box, floating on the running stream, whence he cannot escape to land, where he does not raise the lid of his coffin box, lest the Slavics carriers should in fear leave him to perish. We shall go in the track where Jonathan went, from Bistritz over to Borgo, and find our way to the castle of Dracula. Here, Madame Mina's hypnotic power will surely help, and we shall find our way, all dark and unknown otherwise, after the first sunrise, when we are near that fateful place. There is much to be done, and other places to made sanctify, so the nest of vipers be obliterated. Here, Jonathan interrupted him hotly. Do you mean to say, Professor Von Helsing, that you would bring Mina, in her sad case, and tainted as she is with that devil's illness, right into the jaws of his death trap? Not for the world, not for heaven or hell. He became almost speechless for a moment, and then went on. Do you know what the place is? Have you seen that awful den of hellish infamy, with the very moonlight alive with grisly shapes, and every speck of dust that whirls in the wind a devouring monster in embryo? Have you felt the vampire's lips upon your throat? Here, he turned to me, and as his eyes lit on my forehead, he threw up his arms with a cry. Oh my God, what have we done to this? What have we done to have this horror upon us? And he sank down on the sofa in a collapse of misery. The professor's voice, as he spoke in clear, sweet tones, which seemed to vibrate in the air, calmed us all. My friend, it is because I would save Madame Mina from that awful place that I would go. God forbid that I should take her into that place. There is work, wild work, to be done there, and that her eyes may not see. Women here, all save Jonathan, have seen with their own eyes what is to be done before that place can be purified. Remember that we are in terrible straits. If the Count escaped us this time, and he is strong and subtle and cunning, he may choose to sleep him for a century, and then in time, our dear one, he took my hand, would come to him to keep him company, as would be as those others that you, Jonathan, saw. You have told us of their gloating lips. You heard the their ribald laugh as they clutch the moving bag the Count threw to them. You shudder, and well, maybe it. Forgive me that I make you so much pain. But it is necessary, my friend. It is not a dire need for the which I am giving, possibly my life. If it were that anyone went to that place to stay, it is I who would have to do to keep them company. Do as you will, said Jonathan, with his snob, and shook all over him. We are in the hands of God. Shit. Oh my gosh. Kane. Hi, Kane. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, readers. Let me check your temperature. You take my temperature? It's cold. I have like no temperature right now. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, we could do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa. However, the cake is on the house tonight. You can take a look on the side chat. We have the cake right there on the couch. Kane refused to sacrifice. What? They did Legacy of Kain? That's a good... Isn't that a game? Isn't there a game called Legacy of Kain? Browsers, I've heard Jonathan. Yes. Makayato. Yes, we are doing... I think there's a game called Legacy of Kain, and the main character is this like Nightcrawler looking character from the not Devil May Cry, from the Marvel universe. Yummy. Yummy cake, right? Oh, we're on chapter 26 tonight. On Tuesdays, we wear black. I'm just kidding. On Tuesdays, we read Dracula, or whatever story we're currently reading. We started off with Pride and Prejudice. We did Wizard of Oz, and now we're on Dracula. Huh, yeah. Syntheticals? Syntheticals, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. How are you, sweetling? There are like Legacy of Kain series. It's an old like PS2 game. It was something that my friend played, and honestly, it always kind of made me think of your name because you're both blue, or you both have blue. But anyways, you should check it out. But thank you so much for the raid. How was the game? You're doing the one melon koi, thanks for the follow. What is that game? The one where it's like, don't tell me, hold on, I'll think of it, I'll remember. I was lurking earlier. It was something, it was like you have to check them, like look through their clothes to make sure that they're not like bitten. Quarantine something. Blood Omen and Soul Reavers. Yes, I remember those games. Thank you for the coffee order. I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well. Lucas, if it's easier, please, you can call me Synth. Synth? I can call you Synth, of course, if that's what you prefer. Cryptid Sand, welcome in. It was great. Tedious and time consuming, but fun. I mean, as long as you had fun, right? That's the main thing. But thank you so much, Kane, for the raid. Kane, do exclamation point drink. We have a new drink command. Thank you for the kiss slot. Quarantine zone. That's the name. Thank you. Let's see. What did you get? Water. Give him water. Yes. Get what? Drink water. Hydrate yourself, Kane. Drink water. No more coffee. No more tea. Water. Hi, laid back Chris. Thanks so much for the follow. Thank you so much. We love Moon. Support this wonderful being. Thank you, Slot. How are you? Are you at work? I love water on the rocks, shaken, not stirred. That's so fair. Because if you shake the water, like while it's in the canister thing, it's gonna get bruised, right? And no one likes bruised water. That's crazy. I'm awake. Good morning, Yura. Cancel my shifts for this. For the week? Why? Are you okay? Why for the week? What happened? You don't have to tell me, of course, but if you would like to share, you have my DMs, Slot. But Kane, thank you so much for the raid. If you want to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. But if you need to raid and run, and understand. But do your after stream care. Drink Wawa. Get some food. That was not a gunshot. Get Wawa, get some food, take a shower because you're a stinky gamer, and then come back so we can finish off Dracula. And tonight we only have a chapter and a half left, and then we'll be reading Alice in Wonderland if you'd like to join us. Don't look at that, look away. Injury. What did you do? What did you do? What was that? Nothing. Smiles. Nothing. Don't worry. We're fine. Do not perceive. I'm watching. I'm looking. I'm perceiving. Think you got under. Muyakuryu. Muyakuryu? Is that how you say your name? I literally almost called you my name. Is that how I say? Muyakuryu. Muya? Is that how you say it? But thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, I followed myself. Always watching. Don't watch. Don't perceive. I'm gonna go ahead and get back into the story, but thank you guys for joining in and hanging out with me from Kane's raid. If you guys want to get nice and comfortable and read along with us, here is the link to the book. I am on chapter 25. We're closer to the last chapter, so if you want to wait and just listen until we get there, it'd be hard to find it. But if you would like to, we are at the part where it says, Ceci, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Ed. We are at the part where it says, later, oh, it did me good to see the way that these brave men worked. How can women help loving men when they are so earnest and so true and so brave? And today it made me think of the wonderful power of money. What can it do when it is properly applied, and what might it do when basely used? I felt so thankful that Lord Goldming is rich, and that both he and Mr. Morris, who also has plenty of money, are willing to spend it so freely. For if they did not, our little expedition could not start, either so promptly or so well equipped. It will within another hour. It is not 3 hours since it was arranged that each part of us was to do, and now Lord Goldming and Jonathan have a lovely steam launch, with steam up ready to start at a moment's notice. Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris have half a dozen good horses, well appointed. We have all the maps and appliances of various kinds that can be had. Professor Von Helsing and I are to leave by the 11:40 train tonight for Veresti, when we are to get a carriage to drive to the Borgo Pass. Borgir. I keep wanting to say Borgir. Borgo Pass. We are bringing a good deal of ready money, as we are to buy a carriage and horses. Kota Master, thank you for the follow. We shall drive ourselves. We have no one whom we can trust in the matter. The professor knows something of a great many languages, so we shall get on all right. We have all got arms, even for me a large bore revolver. Jonathan would not be happy unless I was armed like the rest. Alas, I cannot carry one arm that the rest can do. The scar on my forehead forbids that. Dear Dr. Von Helsing comforts me by telling me that I am fully armed, as there may be wolves. The weather is getting colder every hour, and there are snow flurries, which come and go as warnings. Even later, it took all my courage to say goodbye to my darling. We may never meet again. Courage, Mina. The professor is looking at you keenly. This look is a warning. There must be no tears now, unless it may be that God will let them fall in gladness. A croissant. Same. Jonathan Harker's journal, October 30, night. I am writing this in the light of the furnace door of the steam launch. Lord Goldming is firing up. He is an experienced hand at the work, as he has had for many years a launch of his own on the Thames, and another in Norfolk Broads. Regarding our plans, we finally decided that Mina's guess was correct, that if any waterway was chosen for the Count's escape back to his castle, the Sereth, and then the Bistritza was at its junction, would be the one. We took it, and somewhere about the 47th degree north latitude would be the place chosen for the crossing the country between the river and the Carpathians. We have no fear in running a good speed up the river at night. There is plenty of water, and the banks are wide enough apart to make steaming, even in the dark, easy enough. Lord Goldming tells me to sleep for a while, as it is enough for the present for one to be on watch. But I cannot sleep. How can I, with the terrible danger hanging over my darling, and her going out into that awful place? My only comfort is that we are in the hands of God. Only for that faith it would be easier to die than to live, and so be quit of all trouble. Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward were off on their long ride before we started. They are to keep up the right bank, far enough off to get on higher lands, where they can see a good stretch of river and avoid the following of its curves. They have, for the first stages, 2 men to ride and lead their spare horses, 4 in all, so as not to excite curiosity. When they dismiss the men, which shall be shortly, they shall themselves look after the horses. It may be necessary for us to join forces, so if they can mount our whole party. One of the saddles has a movable horn and can be easily adapted for Mina if required. It is a wild adventure we are on. Here, as we are rushing through the darkness, with the cold from the river seeming to rise up and strike at us with all the mysterious voices of the night around us, it all comes home. We seem to be drifting into unknown places and unknown ways, into a whole world of dark and dreadful things. Goldming is shutting the furnace door. Thank you, Toxic. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. 31st October. Still hurrying along. The day has come, and Goldming is sleeping. I am on watch. The morning is bitterly cold. The furnace heat is grateful, though we have heavy furry coats. As yet we have passed only a few open boats, but none of them had on board any box or package of anything like the size of the one we seek. The men were scared every time we turned our electric lamp on them, and fell on their knees and prayed. 1st of November, evening. No news all day. We have found nothing of the kind we seek. We have now passed into the Bisterza. As if we are wrong in our surmise, our chance is gone. We have overhauled every boat, big and little. Early this morning, one crew took us for a government boat and treated us accordingly. We saw in this a way of smoothing matters. And so, at Fundu, where the Bitstera runs into the Sereth, we got a Romanian flag, which we now fly conspicuously. With every boat which we have overhauled since this trick has succeeded, we have every deference shown to us, and not once any objection as to whatever we choose to ask or do. Lorenzo, welcome in. How are you? At Fundu, we could not hear of any such boat. So, she must have passed there at the night. I'm feeling very sleepy. The cold is perhaps beginning to tell upon me, and nature must have rest some time. Goldming insists that he shall keep the first watch. God bless him for all his goodness to poor dear Mina and me. 2nd November, morning. It is broad daylight. The good fellow would not wake me. He says it would have been a sin to, for I slept peacefully and was forgetting my trouble. It seems brutally selfish to me to have slept so long and let him watch all night, but he was quite right. I am a new man this morning, and as I sit here and watch him sleeping, I can do all that is necessary, both as to minding the engine, steering, and keeping watch. I can feel that my strength and energy are coming back to me. I wonder where Mina is now, and Von Helsing. They should have gone to Veresti around noon on Wednesday. It would take them time to get the carriage and horses, so if they had started and traveled hard, they would be about now at the Borgo Pass. God guide and help them. I'm afraid to think what might happen if we could only go faster. But we cannot. The engines are throbbing and doing their utmost. I wonder how Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris are getting on. There seems to be endless streams running down the mountain into the river, but as none of them are very large at present, at all events, though they are not terrible doubtless in winter and when the snow melts, the horsemen may not meet such obstruction. I hope that before we get to Stratspa, we may see them, or if by the time we have not overtaken the Count, it may be necessary to take counsel together what to do next. November 2nd. 3 days on the road. No news. Oh, sorry, this is Dr. Seward now. November 2nd. 3 days on the road. No news, and no time to write it if there had been, for every moment is precious. We have only the rest needful for those horses, but we are both bearing it wonderfully. Those adventurous days of ours are turning up useful. We push on. We shall never feel happy until we get the launch in sight again. 3rd of November. We heard at Fudu that the launch had gone up the Bistretza. I wish it wasn't so cold. There were signs of snow coming, and it falls heavily. It will stop us. In such case, we must get a sledge to go on, Russian fashion. November 4th. Today, we heard of the launch having been detained by an accident when trying to force a way up the rapids. The Slavics boats get up all right, but eat of a rope and steering with knowledge. Some went up only a few hours before. Goldming is an amateur fitter himself, and evidently it was he who put the launch in a trim again. Finally, they got up the rapids all right, with local help, and are off to the chase afresh. I fear that the boat is not any better for that accident. The peasantry tell us that after she got up smooth water again, she kept stopping every now and again so long as she was in sight. We must push on harder than ever. Our help may be wanted soon. Mina Harker's journal. Going back to 31st of October. Arrived at Versetti at noon. The professor tells me that this morning and dawn he could hardly hypnotize me at all, and that all I could say was dark and quiet. He is off now buying a carriage and horses. He says that he will later on try to buy additional horses so that we may be able to change them on the way. We have something more than 70 miles before us. The country is lovely and most interesting. If only we were under different conditions, how delightful it would be to see it all. If Jonathan and I were driving through it alone, with the pleasure it would be to stop and see people and learn something of their life, and to fill their minds and memories with all the colors and picturesqueness of the whole wild, beautiful country and the quaint people. But Dark Nation, D-Stone, and Chingudul, thanks for the follows. Welcome in. Later, Dr. Von Helsing has returned. He has got the carriage and horses. We are to have some dinner and to start in an hour. The landlady is putting us up in a huge basket of provisions. It seems enough for a company of soldiers. The professor encourages her and whispers to me that it may be a week before we can get any good food again. He has been shopping too, and has sent home such a wonderful lot of fur coats and wraps and all sorts of warm things. There will not be any chance of our being cold. We shall soon be off. I'm afraid to think what may happen to us. We are truly in the hands of God. He alone knows what may be, and I pray to him with all the strength of my sad and humble soul that he will watch over my beloved husband, and whatever may happen, Jonathan may know that I loved him and honored him more than I can say, and that my latest and truest thought will always be for him. This is so relaxing. Hi, Dark Nation. We do, well, really quick, we just finished chapter 27 of Dracula. We are now, sorry, chapter 26. We're now on chapter 27. If you would like to follow along, here is the link to the story. Hi, Nex. Hi, friend. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you, handsome? We have ads starting in about 10 seconds. I will wait to start the next chapter until the ads end. Actually, I'm going to use this time really quick to go to the bathroom before I finish the story. If you guys would like to stand up with me, get a drink, get a snacky, right now is the perfect time. I will be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Loving this book and having you read is the best part. Oh, thank you, God Hunter. And just a reminder, if you guys would like to watch over on YouTube, there is the link for that right there. You scared the shit. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am sorry. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are back. We're gonna continue finishing the last chapter of Van Helsing, Bram Stoker's Dracula. If you guys would like to join us, here is the book, link right here. There's the link. And we'll continue reading the story. Draculis. Draculis. It's true. What's the other word that they use? It's gosh dang it. It's Nosferatu. Nosferatu. That's the word. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. Welcome back. Currently driving home, having storm cloud. Drive safely. Oh my gosh. Please drive safely, Valonia. Draco Malfoy. Ew, stinky. We don't like him. Well, for many reasons. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna read the last chapter. Draco Malfoy. That would probably be a terrible story. And Strigoi? What do you mean? Okay. Let's lock in. This is the last chapter, and I don't know how it's going to be. It's a bit short, but it is the last chapter. All right. Let's get into it. Chapter 27. Mina Harker's journal. Thank you for the headpad. 1st of November. All day long, we have traveled and at a good speed. The horses seem to know that they are being kindly treated, for they go willingly their full stage at best speed. We have now had so many changes and find the same things so constantly that we are encouraged to think that the journey will be an easy one. Dr. Van Helsing is laconic. He tells the farmers that he is hurrying to Bistritz and pays them well to make the exchange of horses. We get hot soup or coffee or tea and off we go. It is a lovely country full of beauties of all imaginable kinds, and the people are brave and strong and simple and seem full of nice qualities. They are very, very superstitious. In the first house where we stopped, when the woman who served us saw the scar on my forehead, she crossed herself and put out 2 fingers towards me to keep off the evil eye. I believe they went to the trouble of putting an extra amount of garlic into our food, and I can't abide garlic. Ever since then, I have taken care not to take off my hat or veil, and so have escaped their superstitions. We are traveling fast, and as we have no driver with us to carry tales, we go ahead of scandal. But I dare say that fear of the evil eye will follow hard behind us all the way. The professor seems tireless. All day he would not take any rest, though he made me sleep for a long spell. I had to sneeze, I'm sorry. Have a good lurk. Have a good lurk. The professor seemed tireless. All day he would not take any rest, though he made me sleep for a long spell. At sunset time he hypnotized me, and he says that I answered as usual, darkness, lapping water, and creaking wood, so our enemy is still on the river. I'm afraid to think of Jonathan, but somehow I have now no fear for him or for myself. I write this while we wait in a farmhouse for the horses to be got ready. Dr. Van Helsing is sleeping. Poor dear. He looks very tired and old and grey, but his mouth is set as firmly as a conqueror's. Even in his sleep, he is instinct with resolution. When we have well started, I must make him rest while I drive. I shall tell him that we have days before us, and we must not break down when most of all his strength will be needed. All is ready. We are off shortly. Hi, Royal. Welcome in. 2nd of November. Morning. I was successful, and we took turns driving all night. Now the day is on us, bright though cold. There's a strange heaviness in the air. I say heaviness for want of a better word. I mean that it oppresses us both. It is very cold, and our only warm furs keep us comfortable. At dawn, Van Helsing hypnotizes me. He says I answered, darkness, creaking wood, and roaring water. So the river is changing as they ascend. I do hope that my darling will not run any chance of danger. More than need be, but we are in God's hands. November 2nd. Night. All day long driving. The country gets wilder as we go, and the great spurs of the Carpathians, which at Veresti seem so far from us and so low on the horizon, now seem to gather around us and tower in front. We both seem in good spirits, I think. We make an effort each to cheer the other. In the doing so, we cheer ourselves. Dr. Van Helsing says that by morning he shall reach the Borgo Pass. The houses are very few here now, and the professor says that the last horse we got will have to go on with us, as we may not be able to change. He got 2 in addition, and the 2 we changed, so that now we have a rude 4 in hand. The dear horses are patient and good, and they give us no trouble. We are not worried with other travelers, and so even I can drive. We shall get to the pass in daylight. We do not want to arrive before, so we take it easy and have each a long rest in turn. Ah, what will tomorrow bring us? We go to seek the place where my poor darling suffered so much. God grant that we may be guided all right, and that he will deign to watch over my husband, all those dear to us, and who are in such a deadly peril. As for me, I am not worthy in his sight. Alas, I am unclean to his eyes, and I shall be until he may deign it to let me stand forth in his sight as one of those who have not incurred his wrath. Memorandum by Abraham Van Helsing, 4th of November. This is to my old and true friend John Seward, M.D., of Purfleet, London. In case I may not see him, it may explain. It is morning, and I write by a fire which all the night I have kept alive. Madam Mina aiding me. It is cold. Cold, so cold that the grey heavy sky is full of snow, which when it falls will settle for all winter as the ground is hardening to receive it. It seems to have affected Manamina. She has been so heavy of head all day that she was not like herself. She sleeps and sleeps and sleeps. She, who was so usual, so alert, have done literally nothing all day. She even had lost her appetite. She make no entry into her little diary, she who writes so faithful at every pause. Something whispered to me that all is not well. However, tonight she is more vif. Her long sleep all day have refreshed and restored her, for now she is all sweet and bright as ever. At sunset I tried to hypnotize her, but alas, with no effect. The power has grown less and less with each day, and tonight it failed me altogether. Well, God's will be done, whatever it may be, and whoever it may lead. Now to the historical. As for Madame Mina, write not in her stenography. I must, in my cumbrous old-fashioned, that so each day of us may not go unrecorded. We got to the Borgo Pass just after sunrise yesterday morning. When I saw the signs of the dawn, I got ready for the hypnotism. We stopped our carriage and got down so that there might be no disturbance. I made a couch with furs, and Madame Mina lay down, yielding herself, as usual, but more slow and more short time than ever. To the hypnotic sleep, as before, came the answer, darkness and the swirling of water. Then she awoke, bright and radiant, and we go on our way and soon reach the pass. At this time and place, she became all on fire with zeal. Some new guiding power be in her manifested, for she pointed to a road and said, "This is the way." "You know of it?" I asked. "Of course I know it," she answered with a pause, and "Have not my Jonathan travelled it, and wrote in his travels?" Active Nomad, thank you for the follow. At first, I think somewhat strange, but soon I see that there be only one such by-road. It is used by little and very different from the coach road from the Bukovania to the Bistritz, which is more wide and hard and more of use. Hi, Zarenia. You can read anything that is considered public domain. I recommend Gutenberg. I recommend pretty much anything that you can think of or find on Gutenberg. It is a free domain website for books that are public domain. What book are we reading? We are reading, if you look over here, under it says Dracula, chapter 27. We are on the last chapter of the book, and then after we will be starting Alice in Wonderland. The term strigoi that I shouted earlier, I think it's Romanian term for vampires. Oh. Hi Fishy, welcome in. Lee J. Baker, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, how are you? So we came down this road. When we met other ways, not always were we sure that they were roads at all, for they be neglect, and light snow have fallen. The horses know, and they only. I give rein to them, and they go on so patient. By and by we find all the things which Jonathan hath note in that wonderful diary of him. When we go on for long, long hours and hours. At the time, I tell Madame Mina to sleep. She tries, and she succeeded. She sleeps all the time, till at the last I feel myself too suspicious grow and attempt to wake her. But she sleeps on, and I may not wake her, though I try. I do not wish to try too hard lest I harm her, for I know that she have suffered much, and sleep at times be all in all to her. I think I drowse myself, for all of a sudden I felt guilt, as though I have done something. I find myself bolt up with the reins in my hand, and the good horses go along, jog, jog, just as ever. I look down to find Madame Mina still asleep. It is now not far off sunset time, and over the snow and the light of the sun flow in big yellow flood, so that we through great long shadow and where the mountain rise so steep. For we are going up, and all is Oh, so wild and rocky, and though it were the end of the world. Then I rouse Madamina. This time, she wakes with not much trouble, and then I try to put her to hypnotic sleep. But she sleeps not, being as though I were not. Still, I try and try till all at once I find her and myself in dark. So I look around and find the sun has gone down. Madamina laughs and I turn and look at her. She is now quite awake and looks so well as I never saw her since the night at Carafax when we first entered the Count's house. I am amazed and not at ease then, but she is so bright and tender and thoughtful for me that I forget all fear. I light a candle, for we have brought supply of wood with us, and she prepares food while I undo the horses and set them, tethered in shelter, to feed. Then when I return to the fire, she have my supper ready. I go to help her, but she smile, and she tells me that she have eaten already, that she was so hungry that she would not wait. I like it not, and I have grave doubts, but I fear to affright her, and so I am silent for it. She helped me, and I eat alone, and then we wrap in furs and lie down beside the fire. And I tell her to sleep while I watch, but presently I forget all of the watching, and when I suddenly remember that I watch, I find her laying quiet, but awake, and looking at me with so bright eyes. Once, twice more, the same occur, and I get much sleep till before morning. When I wake, I try to hypnotize her, but alas, though she shut her eyes obedient, she may not sleep. The sun rise up and up and up, and then sleep come to her, too late, but so heavy that she will not wake. I have to lift her up and place her sleeping. I have to lift her up and place her sleeping in the carriage when I have harnessed the horses and made all ready. Madam is still asleep, and she looked in her sleep more healthy and more redder than before, and I like it not. I'm afraid, much afraid. I am afraid of all things, even to think, but I must go on my way. The stake we play for is life and death, and more than these, we must not flinch. We're allowed to read Dracula? Yes. Yes, you can. Dracula is... I forget the year it was published in. Mm-hmm. 1897. So, yes, you can read Dracula. Loria! Hi, Loria. Serena Succubus and E3M. 3M, welcome in. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. How's your night, Aloria? Hopefully good. We are finishing up Dracula. We are on the last chapter. And we are finally seeing the perspective of Dr. von Helsing. Okay. 5th of November, morning. To catch a Mika stream? What is this heresy? Wild! Oh my god. Hi, Wild. Let me give you a quick shout out too. Speaking of horror, I guess. Welcome in. Hi, Nox. Nice rest. Glad I could catch the end of the story. From siren to another. Thank you. Yes, from one siren to another. Thank you so much for the care package. Everybody, we do care packages together. So if you're laying down in bed, close your eyes. Take a deep breath through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Everybody else at your desk, sit up. Tilt your head gently to the left. And gently to the right. Look up. And look down. Relax your shoulders. Unclench your jaw. Unfurrow your brow. Look up and drink some wawa. I'm alive on coffee only. Oof. Oof. That's painful. I'm sorry, Wild. Well, hopefully the meeting went well. If you want to get cozy and listen to the rest of the story, we are going to finish it up tonight, and then we'll be starting our new book. We're going to do one chapter of the new story. Going to get cozy in bed. I'm sleepy. Get cozy, God Hunter. Yeah. Get nice and cozy in your bed where it's warm and the blankets are soft. Perfect. One more sip of water and then we'll continue. Okay. 5th of November, morning. Let me be accurate in everything, for through you and I have seen some strange things together. You may at first think that I, Van Helsing, am mad, that the many horrors and the so long strain on nerves has at the last turned my brain. Good night, Nepsy. Good rest. Hi, Jayorn. Welcome in. Perfect. Perfect. All yesterday, we traveled, that ever so closer to the mountains and moving into a more and more wild and desert land. There are great frowning precipices and much falling water, and nature seems to have held some time her carnival. Your name, Lily of the Valley, that is my favorite flower. I love Lily of the Valley. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, that just really drew my attention. I'm so sorry. Madam Mina still asleep, and though I did have hunger and appeased it, I could not awaken her. Even for food, I began to fear that the fatal spell of the place was upon her, tainted as she is with the vampire baptism. Well, said I to myself, if it be that she sleep all day, it shall also be that I do not sleep at night. As we travel on the rough road for a road of an ancient and imperfect kind there was, I held down my head and slept. Again, I waked with the sense of guilt and of time past, and found Madam Mina still sleeping, and the sun low down. But all was indeed changed. The frowning mountains seemed further away, and we were near the top of a steep rising hill, on summit of which was such a castle as Jonathan Tell in his diaries. At once I exulted and feared, for now, for good or ill, the end was near. Modesty, thanks so much for the follow. I woke Madam Mina and again tried to hypnotize her, but alas, unavailing till too late. Then, ere the great dark came upon us, for even after down sun the heavens reflected the gone sun on the snow, and all was for a time in a great twilight, I took out the horses and fed them in what shelter I could. Then I make a fire, and near I make Madam Mina, now awake and more charming than ever, sit comfortable amidst her rugs. I got ready food, but she would not eat, simply saying that she had not hungered. I'm not pressing her, knowing her unavailingness, but I myself eat, for must needs now be strong for all. Then, with the fear on me of what might be, I drew a ring so big for her comfort, round where Madame Mina sat, and over the ring I passed some of the wafer and broke it fine so that all was well guarded. She sat still at the time, so still as one dead. She grew whiter and even whiter till the snow was not more pale, and no word she said. But when I drew near, she clung to me, and I could know that the poor soul shook her from head to feet with a tremor that was pain to feel. I said to her presently, when she had grown more quiet, "Will you not come over to the fire?" For I wished to make test of what she could. She rose, obedient, and when she have made a step, but stopped, and soon was stricken. "Why not go on?" I asked. She shook her head, and coming back, sat down in her place. Then, looking at me with open eyes, as if one waking from sleep, she said simply, "I cannot." I remained silent. I rejoiced, for I knew that she could not. None of those that we dreaded could. Though there might be danger to her body, yet her soul was safe. Presently, the horses began to scream and tore at their tethers till I came to them and quieted them. When they did feel my hands on them, they whinnied low as in joy and licked at my hands and were quiet for a time. Many times through the night did I come to them till it arrived to the cold hour when all nature is at lowest, and every time my coming was with quiet of them. In the cold hour the fire began to die, and I was about stepping forth to replenish it, for now the snow came in flying sweeps with all in a chill mist. Even in the dark there was a light of some kind, as there ever is over snow, and it seemed as though the snow flurries and the wreaths of mist took shape as a woman with trailing garments. All was in dead, grim silence, only that the horses whinnied and cowered as if in terror of the worst. I began to fear, horrible fears, but there came to me the sense of safety in that ring wherein I stood. I began too to think that my imaginations were of the night and the gloom and the unrest that I have gone through, and all the terrible anxiety. It was as though my memories of all Jonathan's horrid experience were befooling me. For the snowflakes and the mitts began to wheel and circle round, till I could get as through the shadowy glimpse of those women that would have kissed him. And then the horses cowered lower and lower and moaned in terror as men do in pain. Even the madness of fright was not to them, so that they could break away. I feared for my dear Madame Mina when those weird figures drew near and circled round. I looked at her, but she sat calm and smiled at me. When I would have stepped to the fire to replenish it, she caught me and held me back and whispered, like a voice that no one hears in a dream, so low it was, "No, no, do not go without. Here you are safe." I turned to her and, looking in her eyes, said, "But you, it is for you that I fear." Whereas she laughed, a laugh so low and unreal, and said, "Fear? For me? Why fear for me? None safer in all the world from them than I am." And as I wondered at the meaning of her words, a puff of wind made the flame leap up, and I see the red scar on her forehead. Then, alas, I knew. Did I not, I would have soon learned, for the wheeling figures of mist and snow came closer, but keeping ever without the holy circle. Then they began to materialize till, if God have not taken away my reason, for I saw it through my eyes. There were before me, in actual flesh, the same 3 women that Jonathan saw in the room. When they would have kissed his throat, I knew the swaying round forms, the bright, hard eyes, the white teeth, the ruddy color, the voluptuous lips. Cosmosis, welcome in. Isango, have a good rest. They smiled ever at poor dear Madam Mina, and as their laugh came through the silence of the night, they twined their arms and pointed to her and said in those so sweet tingling tones that Jonathan said were of the intolerable sweetness of the cold glass, "Come, sister, come to us, come." In fear, I turned to my poor Madamina, and my heart with gladness leapt like flame. For oh, the terror in her sweet eyes, the repulsion, the horror, told a story to my heart that was all of hope. God be thanked she was not yet of them. I seized some of the firewood which was by me, and holding out some of the wafer, advanced on them towards the fire. They drew back before me and laughed their low, horrid laugh. I fed the fire and feared them not, for I knew that we were safe within our protections. They could not approach me whilst so armed, nor Mina whilst she remained within the ring, which she could not leave no more than they could enter. The horses had ceased to moan and lay on the ground. The snow fell on them softly, and they grew whiter. I knew that there was for the poor beasts no more fear. And so we remained till the red of the dawn to fall through the snow gloom. I was desolate and afraid and full of woe and terror, but when that beautiful sun began to climb the horizon, life was to me again. At the first coming of the dawn, the horrid figures melted into the whirling mist of snow. The wreaths of transparent gloom moved away towards the castle, and were lost. Instinctively, with the dawn coming, I turned to Madamina, intending to hypnotize her, but she lay in a deep and sudden sleep, from which I could not wake her. I tried to hypnotize her through the sleep, but she made no response. None at all. And the day broke. I fear yet to stir. I have made my fire and have seen the horses. They are all dead. Today I have much to do here, and I keep waiting till the sun is up high, for there may be places where I must go, where that sunlight through snow and mist obscure it will be to me a safety. I will strengthen me with breakfast, and then I will to my terrible work. Madamina still sleeps, and God be thanked, she is calm in her sleep. Thank you for the follows. Zeta, 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 Zetapid, Zetapid, Zetapid. Thanks for the follow. And what WS Whiskered Dog? Whiskered Dog, is that how you say your name? Thanks so much for the follows. Jonathan Harker's journal, 4th of November, evening. The accident to the launch had been a terrible thing for us. Only if we should have overtaken the boat long ago, and by now my dear Mina would have been free. I fear to think of her off on the world near the horrid place. We have got horses and we follow on the track. I note this whilst Godwing is getting ready. We have our arms. The Scani must look out if they mean fight. Oh, if only Morris and Seward were with us. We must only hope. If I write no more, goodbye, Mina. God bless and keep you. Dr. Seward's Diary, 5th of November. With the dawn, we saw the body Isgani before us dashing away from the river with their litter wagon. They surrounded it in a cluster and hurried along as though beset. The snow is falling lightly, and there was a strange excitement in the air. It may only be our feelings, but the desperation is strange. Far off, I hear the howling of wolves. The snow brings them down from the mountains. There are dangers to all of us, and from all sides. The horses are nearly ready, and we are off soon. We ride to death of someone. God alone knows who, for where, what, or when, or how it may be. Mata, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. Dr. Von Helsing's Memorandum, 5th of November, afternoon. Tom Tokyo Yuki, welcome in, how are you? 5th of November, afternoon. I am at least sane. Thank God for that mercy. At all events, though the proving, it has been dreadful. When I left Madame Mina sleeping within the holy circle, I took my way to the castle. This blacksmith hammer, which I took in the carriage from the Vresti, was useful. Though the doors were all open, I broke them off the rusty hinges, lest some ill intent or ill chance should close them, so that being entered I might not get out. Jonathan's bitter experience served me here. By memory of his diary, I found my way to the old chapel, for I knew that here my work lay. The air was oppressive. It seemed as if there was some sulphurous fume which at times made me dizzy. Either there was a roaring in my ears, or I heard afar off the howl of the wolves. Then I bethought me of my dear Madame Mina, and I was in terrible flight. The dilemma had me between his horns. Her had I not dared to take into this place, but left safe from the vampire in that holy circle, and yet even there would be wolf. I resolved me that my work lay here, and that as to the wolves we must submit if it were God's will. At any rate, it was only death and freedom beyond. So did I choose for her. Had it been for myself, the choice had been easy. The maw of the wolf were better to rest in than that grave of the vampire. So I make my choice to go on with my work. I knew that there were at least 3 graves to find, graves that are inhabited. So I search and find one of them. She lay in her vampire sleep, so full of life and voluptuous beauty that I shudder as though I have come to do murder. I doubt not that in old time, when such things were, many a man who set forth to do such a task as mine found at the last his heart fail him, and then his nerve. So he delay and delay and delay, till the mere beauty and the fascination of the wanton undead have hypnotized him, and he remain on and on till sunset come and the vampire's sleep be over. Then the beautiful eyes of the fair woman open and look love, and the voluptuous mouth present to a kiss. And man is weak, and there remain one more victim in the vampire fold, one more to swell the grim and grisly ranks of the undead. There is some fascination, surely, when I am moved by the mere presence of such a one, even lying as she lay in a tomb fretted with age and heavy with the dust of centuries, though there be that horrid odor such as the layers of the Count have had. Yes, I was moved, I, Von Helsing, with all my purpose and with my motive for hate. I was moved to a yearning for delay which seemed to paralyze my faculties and to clog my very soul. It may have been that the need of natural sleep and the strange oppression of the air were beginning to overcome me. Certain it was that I was lapsing into sleep, the open eye sleep of one who yields to a sweet fascination, when there came through the snow-stilled air a long, low wail, so full of woe and pity that it woke me like the sound of a clarion. For it was the voice of my dear Madam Mina I heard. Then I braced myself again to my horrid task, and found by wretched way tomb tops one other of the sisters, the other dark one. I dared not pause to look on her as I had her sister, lest once more I should begin to be enthralled. But I go on searching until presently I find in a high great tomb, as if made to one much beloved, that the other fair sister which, like Jonathan, I had seen to gather herself out of the atoms of the mist. She was so fair to look on, so radiantly beautiful, so exquisitely voluptuous, that the very instinct of man in me, which caused some of my sex to love and to protect one of hers, made my head whirl with new emotion. But God be thanked, that soul wail of my dear Madam Mina did not die out of my ears, and before the spell could be wrought further upon me, I had nerved myself to do my wild work. But this time I had searched all the tombs in the chapel, so far as I could tell, as there had been only 3 of these undead phantoms around us in the night. I took it that there were no more of active undead existent. There was one great tomb, more lordly than all the rest. Huge it was, and nobly proportioned. On it was one word: Dracula. This, then, was the undead home of the vampire king, to whom so many more were due. Its emptiness spoke eloquent to make certain what I knew. Before I began to restore those women to their dead selves through my awful work, I laid in Dracula's tomb some of the wafer, and so banished him from it, undead forever. That began my terrible task, and I dreaded it. Had it been but one, it had been easy, comparative, but 3. To begin twice more after I had been through a deed of horror, for it was a terrible with the sweet Miss Lucy. What would it be? What would it not be with these strange ones who had survived through centuries, who had been strengthened by the passing of the years, who would, if they could, have fought for their foul lives? Oh, my friend Jonathan, but it was butcher work. Had I not been nerved by thoughts of other dead, and of the living over whom hung such a pall of fear, I could not have gone on. I tremble and tremble even yet, though still all was over. God be thanked, my nerve did stand. Had I not seen the repose in the first place, and the gladness that stole over it ere the final dissolution came, as realization that the soul had been won, I could not have gone further with my butchery. I could not have endured the horrid screeching as the stake drove home, the plunging of writhing form, and lips of bloody foam. I should have fled in horror and left my work undone. But it was over, and the poor souls, I can pity them now and weep, as I think of them placid each in their full sleep of death for a short moment ere fading. For friend John, hardly my knife severed the head of each before the whole body began to melt away and crumble into its native dust, as though the death that should have come centuries agone had at last asserted himself and say at once and loud, I am here. Before I left the castle, I so fix its entrances that never more can the Count enter. They're undead. When I step into the circle where Madame Mina slept, she woke from her sleep and, seeing me, cried out in pain that I had endured too much. Come, she said, come away from this awful place. Let us go meet my husband who is, I know, coming towards us. She was looking thin and pale and weak, but her eyes were pure and glowed with fervor. I was glad to see her paleness and her illness, for my mind was full of the fresh horror that ruddy vampires sleep. And so with trust and hope, and yet full of fear, we go eastward to meet our friends, and him who Madame Mina tell me that she knows are coming to meet us. Mina Harker's Journal, November 6th. We have ads starting. If you get ads, I apologize. We're very close to the end, so I will not be stopping. I'm very sorry. Okay. Do you need a chance I fell asleep? Good. Get some good rest. Get cozy. It was late in the afternoon when the professor and I took our way towards the east, whence I knew Jonathan was coming. We did not go fast, though the way was steeply downhill, for we had to take heavy rugs and wraps with us. We dared not. Ducky. Hi, Ducky. We're just here to listen. Welcome in. No, I'm looking at you. How was art? How did it go? Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and today we are reading the last bit of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Moovale, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. If you guys would like a drink, you can do !drink and get a drink that way, or if you want a piece of cake, we have cake right here on the couch. It's very good, trust me. I blasted out a whole cup. I want to see, what did you work on? Getting to the flow? Let's see, what did you get? Alferin. You got matcha. Ooh, do you like matcha? Hopefully you like matcha. Kiku, welcome in. You think you the drink? Not even the cup. Hi, Shizu. Welcome in, welcome in. Hopefully the work went well. You said you did a whole comm. That's awesome. That's so cool. I know it takes a lot of time, and you do some really good work. Thank you so much for the follow, Alferin. Yeah, Ducky. Let me do my spiel really quick. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, I could do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa. However, the cake is on the house tonight. Like I said, we are reading Dracula. If you guys would like to join us, here is the book right here. But we are very close to the very end, so if you'd like to join us, we are at Mina Harker's Journal, November 6th. If you would like to follow along. I like rum in a good way, not an alcoholic way. I'm not really particular with drinks. Good night, God Hunter. But Dougie, if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But if you want to lurk and hang out, you're obviously more than welcome to. Just make sure to do after stream care, eat food, drink water, take a shower because you're stinky. Whatever it is you need to do for yourself, please make sure to take care first, okay? Drink. Let's see, what did you get? What'd you get, Barbie? That looks like, oh, that looks like black tea. Hopefully you like black tea. You want to get cozy? Yeah. Get cozy, get a blanket, put your head down on a pillow. I'll play with your bare ears while you get some good rest. And thank you so much for the follows. Let me read your names really quick. Moovale, Altherin, and Barbie. Barbie VT, thank you so much for the follows, you guys. Thank you so much. Okay, I do reading streams every Tuesday. And tonight, after we finish Dracula, I'll be doing one chapter of the next book, which will be Alice in Wonderland. So if you guys would like to join us for that, today will be the very first chapter. And then every Tuesday until the end of the book, we'll be reading 2 to 3 chapters of Alice in Wonderland. I need to lyric. I have a doctor's appointment. Yes, enjoy your time. Hopefully the doctor's appointment goes well, Altherin. Ask for a lollipop. Okay? Make sure you ask for a lollipop from the doctor. Okay? Don't forget. It's so important. Okay? I just had a shower and it's gonna head to bed now. Everyone's had a lovely rest of your day. Bye-bye. Good night. How do I read your name? Hold on, let me try. I have yet to actually say your name. Otuism? Otuism? Is that how you say it? Otuism? Thank you so much for the lyric. And enjoy your drink. Have a good rest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Mina Harker's journal, 6th of November. It was late in the afternoon when the professor and I took our way towards the east, whence I knew Jonathan was coming. We did not go fast, though the way was steeply downhill, for we had to take heavy rugs and wraps with us. We dared not face the possibility of being left without warmth in the cold and the snow. Hi, G-Star. 352, welcome in, how are you? We had to take some of our provisions too, for we were in a perfect desolation and, so far as we could see throughout the snowfall, there was not the sign of a habitation. When we had gone about a mile, I was tired with the heavy walking and sat down to rest. Then we looked back and saw where the clear line of Dracula's castle cut the sky, for we were so deep under the hill whereon it was said that the angle of perspective of the Carpathian Mountains was far below it. We saw it in all its grandeur, perched 1,000 feet on the summit of a sheer precipice, and with seemingly a great gap between it and the steep of the adjacent mountain on any side. There was something wild and uncanny about the place. We could hear the distant howling of wolves. They were far off, but the sound, even though coming muffled through the deadening snowfall, was full of terror. I knew from the way Dr. Van Helsing was searching about that he was going to seek some strategic point where we would be less exposed in case of attack. The rough roadway still led downwards. We could trace it through the drifted snow. In a little while, the professor signaled to me, so I got up and joined him. We had found a wonderful spot, a sort of natural hollow in a rock, with an entrance like a doorway between 2 boulders. He took me to the hand and drew me in. "See," he said, "here you'll be in shelter, and if the wolves do come, I can meet them one by one." He brought in our furs and made a snug nest for me, and got out some provisions and forced them upon me. But I could not eat. To not even try to do so was repulsive to me. And much as I would have liked to please him, I could not bring myself to the attempt. He looked very sad, but did not reproach me. Taking his field glasses from the case, he stood on the top of the rock, began to search the horizon. Suddenly, he called out, "Look! Madamina, look!" I sprang up and stood beside him on the rock. He handed me his glasses and pointed. The snow was now falling more heavily and swirled about fiercely, for a high wind was beginning to blow. However, there were times when there were pauses between the snow flurries, and I could see a long way round. From the height where we were, it was possible to see a great distance, and far off, beyond the white waste of snow, I could see the river lying like a black ribbon in kinks and curls as it wound its way. Straight in front of us, and not far off, in fact, so near that I wondered we had not noticed before, came a group of mounted men hurrying along. In the midst of them was a cart, a long leader wagon which swept from side to side like a dog's tail wagging, with each stern in equally on the road, outlined against the snow as they were. I could see from the men's clothes that they were peasants or Romani of some kind. On the cart was a great square chest. My heart leapt as I saw it. I woke up so early. I'm here now. I'm going to try and get back to sleep. Okay, hi Swift. Have a good rest. Running again, so I had to go catch it. Oh, well, hopefully you're able to get it. Gate Trek, welcome in. How are you? Have a good Lord Kodiak, Zephyro. Gonna go back to the lookies. Okay, Macryes. Hi, Beaming. How are you? Welcome in. How's your night? Hope you're having a good night. On the cart was a great square chest. My heart leapt as I saw it, for I felt that the end was coming. The evening was now drawing close, and well, I knew that at sunset the thing which was now till then imprisoned there would take the new freedom and could in any of many form elude all pursuit. In fear, I turned to the professor, to my consternation. However, he was not there. An instant later, I saw him below me, round the rock as he had drawn a circle, such as he had found shelter last night. When he had completed it, he stood beside me again. At least you shall be safe here from him. He took the glasses from me, and at the next lull of the snow, swept the whole place below us. See, he said, they come quickly. They are flogging the horses and galloping as hard as they can. He paused and went on in a hollow voice. They are racing for the sunset. We may be too late. God's will be done. Down came another blinding rush of driving snow, and the whole landscape was blotted out. It soon passed, however, and once more his glasses were fixed on the plain. Then came a sudden cry. Look, 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 see, 2 horsemen follow fast, coming up from the south. It must be Quincy and John. Take the glass. Look before the snow blots it out. I took it and looked. The 2 men might be Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. I knew at all events that neither of them was Jonathan. At the same time, I knew that Jonathan was not far off. Looking round, I saw on the north side of the coming party 2 other men riding at breakneck speed. One of them I knew was Jonathan, and the other I took, of course, to be Lord Goldwing. They too were in pursuit of the party with the cart. When I told the professor, he shouted in glee like a schoolboy, and after looking intently till the snowfall made sight impossible, he laid his Winchester rifle ready for use against the boulder at the opening of the shelter. We are all converging, he said. When the time comes, we shall have gypsies on all sides. I got out my revolver ready to hand, for whilst we were speaking, the howling of wolves came louder and closer. When the snowstorm abated a moment, we looked again. It was strange to see the snow falling in such heavy flakes close to us. Beyond, the sun shining more and more brightly as it sank down towards the far mountain tops. Sweeping the glass all around us, I could see here and there dots moving singly in the 2s and 3s, larger numbers. The wolves were gathering for their prey. Every instant seemed an age whilst we waited. The wind came now in fierce bursts, and the snow was driven with fury as it swept us encircling edges. At times we could not see an arm's length before us, but at others the hollow-sounding wind swept by us. It seemed to clear the airspace around us so that we could see far off. We had of late been so accustomed to watch for sunrise and sunset that we knew with fair accuracy when it would be, and we knew that before long the sun would set. It was hard to believe that by our watches it was less than an hour that we waited in that rocky shelter before the various bodies began to verge close upon us. The wind came now with fiercer and more bitter sweeps, and more steadily from the north. It seemingly had driven snow clouds from us, for with only occasional bursts the snow fell. We could distinguish clearly the individuals of each party, the pursuit and the pursuers. Strangely enough, those pursued did not seem to realize, or at least to care, that they were pursued. They seemed, however, to hasten with redoubled speed as the sun dropped lower and lower on the mountain tops. Closer and closer they drew. The professor and I crouched down behind a rock, held our weapons ready. I could see that he was determined that they should not pass. One and all were quite unaware of our presence. All at once, two voices shouted out, "Halt!" One was my Jonathan's, raised in a high key of passion, and the other Mr. Morris's strong, resolute tone of quiet command. The gypsies may not have known the language, but there was no mistaking the tone. In whatever tongue the words were spoken, instinctively they reined in, and in that instant Lord Goldwing and Jonathan dashed up at one side, and Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris on the other. The leader of the gypsies, a splendid-looking fellow who sat his horse like a centaur, waved them back, and in a fierce voice gave to his companions some word to proceed. They lashed the horses, which sprang forward, but the four men reined their Winchester rifles in an unmistakable way, commanding them to stop. At the same moment, Dr. Van Helsing and I rose behind the rock and pointed our weapons at them. Seeing that they were surrounded, the men tightened the reins and drew up. The leader turned to them and gave a word, at which every man of the gypsies party drew what weapon he carried, knife or pistol, and held himself in readiness to attack. Issue was joined in an instant. The leader, with a quick movement of his rein, threw his horse out in front and pointed first to the sun, now close down on the hilltops, and then to the castle, said something which I did not understand. For answer, all four men of our party threw themselves from their horses and dashed towards the cart. I should have felt terrible fear at seeing Jonathan in such danger, but that the ardor of battle must have been upon me as well as the rest of them. I felt no fear, but only a wild, surging desire to do something. Seeing the quick movement of our parties, the leader of the gypsies gave a command. His men instantly formed around the cart, a sort of undisciplined endeavor, each one shouldering and pushing the other in his eagerness to carry out the order. In the midst of this, I could see that Jonathan on one side of the ring of men and Quincy on the other were forcing a way to the cart. It was evident that they were bent on finishing their task before the sun should set. Nothing seemed to stop or even to hinder them. Neither the level-weaponed nor the flashing knives of the gypsies in front, nor the howling of the wolves behind, appeared to even attract their attention. Jonathan's impetuosity and the manifest singleness of his purpose seemed to overawe those in front of him. Instinctively, they cowered aside and let him pass. In an instant, he had jumped upon the cart, and with a strength which seemed incredible, raised the great box and flung it over the wheel to the ground. In the meantime, Mr. Morris had had to use force to pass through his side of the ring of Scani. All the time, I had been breathlessly watching Jonathan. All the time I had been breathlessly watching Jonathan, I had, with the trail of my eye, seen him pressing desperately forward, and had seen the knives of the gypsies flash as he won a way through them, and they cut at him. He had parried with his great bowie knife, and at first I thought he too had come through in safely. But as he sprang beside Jonathan, who had now jumped from the cart, I could see that with his left hand he was clutching his side, and that the blood was spurting through his fingers. He did not delay, notwithstanding this, for as Jonathan, with desperate energy, attacked one end of the chest, attempting to prise off the lid with his great kurkri knife, he attacked the other frantically with his bowie. Under the efforts of both men, the lid began to yield. The nails drew with a quick screeching sound, and the top of the box was thrown back. By this time, the gypsies, seeing themselves covered by the Winchesters, at the mercy of Lord Goldming and Dr. Seward, had given in and made no resistance. The sun was almost down on the mountain tops, and the shadows of the whole group fell upon the snow. I saw the Count lying within the box upon the earth, some of which the rude falling from the cart had scattered over him. He was deathly pale, just like a waxen image, and the red eyes glared with the horrible vindictive look which I knew too well. As I looked, the eyes saw the sinking sun, and the look of hate in them turned to triumph. But on the instant came the sweep of and flash of Jonathan's great knife. I shrieked as I saw it shear through the throat, whilst at the same moment Mr. Morris's bowie knife plunged into the heart. It was like a miracle, but before our very eyes, and almost in the drawing of a breath, the whole body crumbled into dust, passed from our sight. I shall be glad as long as I live that even in that moment of final dissolution there was in the face a look of peace, such as I could ever have imagined might have rested there. The castle of Dracula now stood out against the red sky, and every stone of its broken battlements was articulated against the light of the setting sun. The gypsies, taking us as in some way the cause of extraordinary disappearance of the dead man, turned without a word and rode away as if for their lives. Those who were unmounted jumped upon the leader wagon and shouted to the horsemen not to desert them. The wolves, which had withdrawn to a safe distance, followed in their wake, leaving us alone. Mr. Morris, who had sunk to the ground, leaned on his elbow, holding his hand pressed to his side. The blood still gushed through his fingers. I flew to him, for the holy circle did not now keep me back, so did the two doctors. Jonathan knelt beside him, and the wounded man laid back his head on his shoulder. With a sigh he took, and a feeble effort, my hand in that of his own, which was unstained. He must have seen the anguish of my heart in my face, for the smile that he gave me, and he said, "I am only too happy to have been of any service." God, he cried suddenly, struggling to sit up, posture, and pointing to me. It was effort for this to die. Look, look. The sun was now right down upon the mountain top, and the red gleams fell upon my face, so that it was bathed in rosy light. With one impulse, the men sank to their knees, and in deep earnest, "Amen," broke from all their eyes, followed the pointing of his finger. The dying man spoke. "Now God be thanked that all has not been in vain. See, the snow is not more stainless than her forehead. The curse has passed away." And to our bitter grief, with a smile and in silence, he died, a gallant gentleman. Note: 7 years ago, We all went through the flames, and the happiness of some of us since then is, we think, well worth the pain we endured. It is an added joy that Mina and to me that our boy's birthday is the same day as that on which Quincy Morris died. His mother holds, I know, the secret belief that some of our brave friend's spirit has passed on to him. His bundle of names links all our little band of men together, but we call him Quincy. In the summer of this year we made a journey to Transylvania. We went over the old grounds which was, and is to us, so full of vivid and terrible memories. It was almost impossible to believe that the things which we had seen with our own eyes and heard with our own ears were living truths. Even traces of all that had been was blotted out. The castle stood before us, reared high above the waste of desolation. When we got home, we were talking of the old time, which we could all look back on without despair, for Goldwing and Seward are both happily married. I took the papers from the safe where they had been ever since our return so long ago. We were struck with the fact that in all the mass of material of which the record is composed, there was hardly one authentic document. Nothing but a mass of typewriting, except the later notebooks of Mina and Seward and myself and Van Helsing's memorandum. We could hardly ask anyone, even did we wish to accept these as proofs of so wild a story. Van Helsing summoned it all up, as he said, with our boy on his knee. We want no proofs. We ask none to believe us. This boy will someday know what a brave and gallant woman his mother is. Already he knows her sweetness and loving care. Later on he will understand how some men so loved her that they did dare much for her sake. Jonathan Harker. The end. And that's the end. We completely finished Dracula. That is the end. The story is done. Good story, right? In all the movies I've ever seen, there's usually some big battle at Castle Dracula. Granted, they also took a lot of liberties with Mina being like his lost love or something, but she wasn't. There was no reference towards that, only that Dracula was going to make her one of his thralls. But, as promised, before we end the night, we'll do one chapter of Alice in Wonderland. Let me go ahead and grab that. Good story. It's a very good story. I really liked it. Part of me was a little worried that it was going to be, because again, the only experience I've ever had with Kota. Hi Kota. The only experience I ever had with Dracula was what's it called? Was the movies. There we go, that's the word. The only experience I ever had was the movies, so I thought it was going to be kind of graphic, but it really wasn't. Listen to the last bit of Dracula. I passed out for the most. Oh no, you're good. You're good, Yura. Remember, you can always find the VODs to any of my reading streams on my ASMR channel. Castlevania games. I did, but I never beat them. I've never gotten to the very end of it, you know? Let me see. I'm having a little trouble with Gutenberg right now for some reason. Okay, let's close that. Go here, open that. Let's try again. Hold on. Okay. I should have saved it beforehand, because now I'm having difficulties with the book. Okay, let me see. Let's see if I can open it this way. Let's try this one. Let's see. Oh, this is cool. It's like an actual book. Oh my goodness. This is so cute. Okay. We are going to... Yep. Oh, I love this. This is adorable. Alright, let me go ahead. We have a couple friends that were going to join us for tonight's reading of Alice in Wonderland. But first, let me update this. Because now we're on... there we go. Chapter 1, Alice in Wonderland. Excellent. We are all set. Makes me sleepy. Good. So I'm looking through and I'm looking at the time, and we only have about 10 more minutes. So there is a poem in the book right at the front. So we'll go ahead and we'll read the poem. And then we'll start next Tuesday with Alice in Wonderland. So that'll be good also for the VODs. That way the first speedrun intro sub chapter 1, not just the first one, because for the VODs on YouTube, it'll be better to have 2 separate readings of Dracula and Alice. For anyone who wants to start from the beginning, they don't have to hear the end of Dracula to start Alice. So we'll go ahead and we'll do just the poem tonight. I think that's the most fair that I can be. Let's go ahead and before we start, let me get my friends out. We have 2 friends that were going to join us tonight. Sorry, 3 friends. We have the March Hare, we have the Cheshire Cat, and we have the, I think they call themselves the Dormouse, the one that sleeps in the teapot at the tea party. So we have Inky, Birdie Boba, and our friend Adventure Elm. They'll be joining us tonight while we read this. Let me just fix Birdie because she's flying out of nowhere, and fix Sensei. And let's lock everything into place. Here you go. We have her friends. Birdie is a VTuber who is also a they're Cheshire VTuber. There's the link right there. We also have my friend Alm, who is a rabbit VTuber. He is the March Hare in tonight's story, or in the new story. And our really good friend Inky, who is over here, little Mochinki. They are a possum, so they'll be playing the role of the I want to say the Dormouse. I think that's what they're called. And there's their links if you guys would like to follow them. Those are my friends. Okay, let's go ahead. Hi, Aphasia. Let's go ahead and let's do the first chapter. Higher Cantos. Oh, sorry. The poem at the beginning of the book. And then we'll call it a night there. So that next week on Tuesday, when we get back into story time, we can start fresh with Alice in Wonderland. Alright. Katie Lay, thanks so much for the follow. Alright. In all the golden afternoon, full leisurely we glide, for both our oars with little skill by little arms we plied, while little hands make vain pretense our wanderings to guide. Ah, cruel three, in such an hour beneath such dreamy weather, to beg a tale of breath too weak to stir the tiniest feather. Yet what can one poor voice avail against three tongues together? Imperious Prima flavished forth her edict to begin it, in gentler some secundant hopes. I think that's what that says. There will be nonsense in it, while Tetra interrupts the tale not more than once a minute. Anon to sudden silence one, in fancy they pursue the dream child moving through a land of wondrous wild and new, in friendly chat with bird or beast, and half believe it true. And ever, as the story drained the wells of fancy dry, and faintly stove that weary one to put the subject by, the rest next time, it is next time, the happy voices cry. Thus grew the tale of Wonderland, thus slowly, one by one, its quaint events were hammered out, and now the tale is done. And home we steer, a merry crew, beneath the setting sun. Alice, a childish story take, and with a gentle hand lay it where childhood dreams are twained. In memory's mystic hand, like pilgrim's weathered wreath of flowers plucked in a far-off land. And that's the beginning of the book. Let's see. Good timing. Okay, chapter 1, Down the Rabbit Hole, is the very first chapter where we will be starting next week's stream. We're going to be doing, like I said, Alice in Wonderland, and let me get this updated. Perfect. So we are all set for next week. Like I said, I do reading streams on Tuesdays, so if you would like to join us during that time, that is the day that I normally do reading streams. You guys as chat picked Dracula as this next book. Now that we are finished with it, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do Alice in Wonderland, which is my pick. And then after Alice, it'll be back to your guys' pick. Alright, everybody, sit up straight. We got a care package. Tilt your head to the left very gently. And tilt your head to the right. Look up. And look down. Drop your shoulders. Unclench your jaw. And relax your forehead. Deep breath. Look up and drink some boba. So comfy. Thank you. Okay. Before you guys leave, let's find someone to read into. We never just end stream. We always read into somebody. Let's see. First Phoenix. Hi, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for the follow. Mailrith. I missed the majority of the book, but it was interesting. I mean, I don't have all chapters. I kind of did a stupid, and I don't have all the chapters on my YouTube, but I do have Pride and Prejudice on my VODs channel, and we will have Alice in Wonderland starting next week. Van Helsing in there. Yeah, we read Dracula. Weeva, hi Weeva. Let's see. Let's find someone to read into. Let's go to the ASMR. Let's see, who do we want to read into? You know, let's go to someone who has always been very kind to us. When they do come in and they hang out, they're very sweet. And they're doing some triggers and stuff. I want to be hugged. It was nice finding your stream, Mukia. Thank you, Mondos. You can call me Momo if that's easier. Most of my friends do. Hi Surya, how are you? How's your night? Let's see, our friend. Oh, hold on, where are they? Oh, wait. Oh, I closed it. I'm so dumb. I agree. I'm so glad I stumbled here. I'm glad. Our friend Cube is doing, and he has a mushroom background. He is in a mushroom forest. Never mind. He's raiding out to somebody. We're gonna go to the same person then. We're gonna go to their same person. There they are. We're gonna go to the same person as the person we were going to raid into. But let's go say hi to Sayora. Thank you everybody for joining. If you would like to follow my socials, I do have Stingod. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I'm unfortunately getting ready to raid on out. If you want to follow my socials when I'm going live next, you can follow my X, my YouTube for ASMR, my YouTube for my VODs channel, my Patreon for NSFW, or my TikTok where I post VODs or shorts. If you're a subscriber, go ahead and use the first raid command. If you're not a subscriber, go ahead and use the second one with the Twitch global emotes. Here is the link to the person we're going to go raid into, and I hope you guys will join me to go say hi to them. They're very sweet. We've raided into them before. And they have a very gorgeous model. So, I will see you guys over in their channel. Until then, have a good night. Rest well. Dream of good things. And wake up fully energized to kick ass and take names tomorrow. Until then, mwah.